Hello, Quint. Good afternoon. Okay, I'm getting everything set up. Okay, so what are we doing? Do. What are we doing? We're doing this. Is it raining? No, it's not. Did you hear something that sounded like raining? Like rain? No rain here. Unfortunately, actually, I wish it rained. It would bring the temperature down a little bit. I would not hate that. But so here's a quick overview of what I'm gonna do today. Um, I last time I streamed, I noticed. Oh, the cat! I see. So last time I streamed, I noticed that something was missing in the language server. So I started to add support for the missing features that regressed. It turns out that it wasn't too bad. I thought I needed to completely re-engineer this function. This function basically is what you need to call whenever you're triggering autocomplete or definition or something like that, because it looks at where your cursor is, finds the corresponding location in the document, finds the corresponding definition in the schema file, assuming there's one. And so, it's the backbone of essentially LSP stuff. Yeah, it was too limited. It needs to give you more information than what it provided. And I thought that limitation was inherent in the design, but it's actually not. It's very easy to adapt it. So overall, everything is fine. It's just that the work needs to be done. So this is something that I started doing kind of in a lazy way. Today I'm gonna continue this a little bit more. I don't think I'll get to this done 100%. Actually, for sure, I'm not gonna get to this done 100%. But I made some changes to this data structure right now that are not reflected in the code. So right now it doesn't build. We need to essentially fix this code to conform to this new interface. And after that, let's add schema type compatibility validation in Zin. It's finally time to have Zin benefit from our ability to check if a Zig type is conformant with a Ziggy schema. I'm sure we're gonna find bugs in the process, like the limitations in our current checking algorithm. So, or rather, not inherent limitations, but I think I think I forgot to implement a pointer in direction. So it's a minor thing. So we're gonna fix that, and we're gonna see that the Zine schema does not match the Zine implementation at the moment. We're gonna be able to also fix that one way or another. And then lastly, probably by fixing the schema, not by fixing the implementation. I think the implementation is what it has to be. And then after that, I want to be able to get the schema information exposed to me while I'm editing super MD files. I want to have the Ziggy language server run on super markdown files and provide me with definition, autocomplete, go to definition, diagnostics, and whatnot inside of a super MD file. That is the gold standard that we're going for. And that is going to be a huge step up compared to what we have today. So that's kind of the idea. Do. Yeah, I wish we had a huge storm yesterday. um, so this is the plan. I actually expect to be able to get most of it done. I don't think I'll get to fully to complete everything by the end of the stream, but I think we're gonna get pretty far. We'll see if I'm too optimistic or not. Also, let me put a countdown. Let's do the usual 10-minute stream start. This is gonna be the next thing we do. Let me go get something to drink, and then I'll be right back. Okay, got sorted all my water stuff. Oof. So I hope everybody's having a good weekend. I hope it's not too cold. I hope it's not too hot. I don't know. Let me Google. Why are they giving me news? Google? No, bro. If I want news, I want hacker news. Obviously. Why is this browser spazzing out so much? Okay, what do we have? Oh no, you know what? Let's go to. So actually, I read this article here, which I kind of liked. It's about AD Proto. Yeah, so blue sky, atmosphere, that kind of stuff, and it's nice because I mean, I never really spent too much effort thinking about AT Proto, but recent events had made me think about it more, and I feel like I get it. I totally get it now. It's not hard. It was never hard, but essentially, what made me what made it click for me. But again, it's not because it's hard. It's just because I never bothered. It was the fact that so now with the Ziggin repository, we moved from GitHub to Codeberg, and Codeberg has growing pains and has features that we would like to have that it does not have. And while on one hand you could talk to, like, collaborate with the Forjo people and to get those done, on the other hand, I think that the features they would like are kind of opinionated in a way that it would require a bunch of discussion to have, reasonably so, I would say. Like, reasonably so, it would require us to interact a lot with the Forjo people and argue in favor of this approach. And I feel like there's a feeling in the core team that it would be nice for us to make our own thing, not because we hate Forjo or anything, obviously, but because we don't understand how to do this stuff in a collaborative manner. I don't know. Actually, maybe that is true to some degree. I don't know. But in general, the idea of owning your own development infrastructure, right? Like, you own it, you can do whatever you want with it. You can break it, like, obviously and reasonably. Forjo, for example, doesn't want to introduce giant breaking changes that break everybody's workflow or regress important stuff. Obviously, and that is the right choice for them. But if the Zig project were to have its own toolchain for this stuff that was entirely owned by us and just for us, essentially, you can do whatever you want. So I guess it's kind of it's in some ways it's the Zig approach of just own the tool chain so you can do whatever you want with it. That's kind of the idea. So there's some of this sentiment, and one problem with this approach, actually, I'll take a sip and then I'll get closer to the point. So, as part of this line of thinking, there's the problem of how do you make issues work, for example, and PRs, because normally, how do you make it work that way? Okay, I think I need to take a step back, one step back, and then we reach here. So another idea that Andrew really likes, which makes a lot of sense, is the idea of having Git issues and PRs in the Git repository. Having issues and PRs in the Git repository, wouldn't this be a huge overhead? Sure, absolutely, yes. Maintaining building this from scratch yourselves, absolutely. I mean, there are dumber and smarter ways of going at it. Obviously, let's make our own forge from scratch. It's a huge undertaking, and you could consider it scope creep. I would say it's not entirely scope creep because the problem of managing PRs and contributions, etc., that is super important. Sounds like Axie. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of, I guess that's kind of the sentiment. Um, but let me give you just one hint of how this could be done in an incremental manner. So one thing that we used to have, which we never really made super good. So we had some of it, then we never made it super good, and then it kind of bit rot. And right now we're not using it anymore, but we should have is a backend for tracking performance regressions. So the idea is you have a website. We used to have a website where there's a bunch of graphs and it records special CI runs entirely dedicated to measuring performance. And then you look how over time the compiler does. So for example, that allows you to catch a trend where maybe there is no one individual commit that ruins performance, although if you make a huge mistake, well, huge, but if you make a mistake, then you could catch through that interface that kind of problem if there's like one big spike at some point. But even if there is no big spike, you can see trends. So you can see that over time, again, no individual commit has ruined performance, but as you keep adding features, blah, 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 changing things, performance decreases, or runtime increases. And so you can kind of realize that you're boiling the frog in that sense and try to be more conservative with spending performance. Or maybe you realize that you're not. Maybe it's mostly a flat line. And so if at some point a new feature that seems interesting has a performance cost, you say, well, we have the budget in a sense. We didn't squander it on other stuff. So fuck it. Let's get this thing going. So that is a thing that we don't have that we should have. Every language has it. So we're going to have it sooner or later. But we currently don't. So the idea could be that you start from that. So you start from essentially writing custom CI infrastructure. Then that custom CI infrastructure could show you diffs. And, essentially you build something that looks like a forge starting from CI. That would be something that gives you immediate immediate gains. You have essentially incremental improvements. So like you gain something along the way. Not it's not like, oh, you have to put in a ton of effort and you only gain something once you reach the end. Would you also maintain run the bare metal? Yes, that's how it worked. That's how it works for our CI. We have bare metal servers. We don't use VMs because VMs are just a lot of overhead in terms of costs, and they have crappy performance. Or rather, they have crappy performance for CPU heavy workloads, which is what our CI looks like. So I'm not making a general statement that it's a bad idea to have CI run on VMs, but if your CI is essentially always on and it is CPU hungry, you want bare metal, and that's what our CI looks like. There's the CI that makes starballs. That thing never fucking stops running. So the website CI, which produces starballs, that thing has. So look at this job. This job has been running for 5 hours, but I can tell you that it takes a lot longer to complete. It takes 20 hours for a tarball creation run to complete because it's building for a bajillion systems. It's building LLVM also from scratch for a bajillion systems every single time. And and it's running a bajillion tests on each one of those targets. So like this CI machine just never sleeps, and it would make no sense for us to not put this on bare metal. So for a performance oriented CI, yeah, you absolutely would like to control the bare metal for sure. Be looking into setting up build/benchmark machines for the Zig Spear V backend somewhere. Not yet decided on how to go about it though. I mean, if you're contributing on the Spear V backend and you would like for that to have tests, um, my recommendation would be to talk with Alex, because Alex has been the one that cares the most about this infrastructure stuff, and it's mostly thanks to him that we have these many tarbles now. Like, look at how long this list is. Let's go back a few releases. This is what it used to be. So we definitely grew the the list of what is this, tier 2, tier 3. I think it's either tier 2 or tier 3, maybe tier 3. We grew the list of tier 3 support targets for sure. At least tier 3 and above. So I don't know what the policy is with regards to custom machines, or rather Alex has a bunch of these machines at his home. So yeah, we're using he has some. Jacob Lee has one, I believe. Mlug has one as well. Andrew used to have one. I don't know. I think his CI machine got decommissioned essentially. It was a Windows machine. He fucking hated it, understandably. The thing kept rebooting itself for no reason. It kept crapping itself and rebooting itself for no reason, turning on Windows updates when they were turned off. I don't know, like name the stupid behavior that a CI machine should not have, that a machine that does not annoy the fuck out of the user should not have. That fucking Windows machine had it, every single one of them. So in any case, so that there's that. I don't know what a Spur V machine would look like. Like, would that be a machine with a GPU? Is that it? Would an integrated GPU like an Intel one work, or that would it have to be a discrete GPU, or would you want to have multiple GPUs so that you can test different vendors, something like an integrated Intel and then maybe two external GPUs on in PCI slots, maybe one AMD and one Intel, for example. Like, how would that look like? I'm not even, because I'm not even sure what it is that you would like to. I like to have multiple. I see. So you would like to have a machine with two discrete GPUs and an integrated one. Oh, and then maybe you would also like to test this on macOS, right? Although macOS does have GPUs, so I think the macOS machines that we already have probably would cover that already. So you're essentially, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're essentially missing um, Intel, AMD, and Nvidia, which in theory you could do on a single machine. In practice, I don't know. But at the same time, isn't Spear V essentially a bit code? Um, wouldn't you just need? I mean, I understand that you never know until you run it on the final hardware, but assuming spec compliance, wouldn't it be enough to run it against a something something? I don't even know what to call it, like a beat code checker. Step one is just compiling, just checking against pure v tools to check validity. Okay, but that is not enough then, because the hardware vendors do whatever the fuck they want, I'm guessing. Oh, oh, I see. Oh, wait a second. Because the Spear V compiler in the GPU does not do optimizations? Or is it like limited and you need to give it already easy to optimize code? Hmm. Oh, you know what? We need also for Joe actions for um for Codeberg. I'm gonna add another to do here. The current Spearby backend uses merge ladders, and it seems to be complex to optimize collapse. We're looking into structural loops, but this is a whole rewrite. Oh, okay. So that means that the SpearV compiler um, is not like kind of needs, or rather, let's say, prefers for you to provide the bit code, byte code, whatever it is. Well, the SpearV stuff in like there are constructs that it knows how to optimize better than others. Understood. Okay. I mean, I guess that is generally true for all compilers. I mean, that is technically true for all compilers, but I think in the case, for example, of LLVM, uh, no, I imagine that there are, I'm not an expert when it comes to LLVM interaction. I've never written a single line of that. Um, and I don't plan to anytime soon. That because that involves fucking C++, I think. Um, but I imagine that there are like better and worse things that it knows how to optimize. Yeah, okay, I get it. I think I get it. Cool. Well, sorry, we were talking about AD Proto. How did we get here? So yeah, you're right. You write a CI, you write CI infrastructure that can be useful, and then you grow that essentially into a forge if you want. That could be a strategy for getting something like that going in a realistic manner. But there is still one problem because if we take what Andrew really likes, at like if we don't try to contextualize it too much, and we take the statement, I want to have GitHub issues NPRs in the Git repository. That by itself in isolation is a problematic statement because it implies that people, hey, Minister of Defense, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning to you as well. If you want people to like, if you want issues and PRs in your Git repository, you're kind of, again, taking this in a simple interpretation of that is that you're asking for people to have right access to your Git repository, and that's not what you want. Certainly you don't want unrestricted ability to write to your Git repository, but then also restricted ability to write to the Git repository. That is kind of problematic, right? Because um, you don't really want that either. You don't want the set of people that you would like to be able to open an issue to be the same set of people that have the ability to write to your Git repository. That would be insane because you want any random person on the planet potentially to be able to open an issue. And at the same time, that is definitely not the correct set of people that you want to have writability to your Git repository. So you need something that mediates this stuff, meaning at its simplest implementation would be that you have a web service that allows people to do CRUD of issues, and then you have a separate process that allows you to sync those issues with the Git repository. Maybe manual, maybe I don't know, but essentially, for example, an indirection of this kind would be the thing that protects you when you have a bunch of spam coming to your account. Somebody opens a bajillion spam issues, which actually happens fairly regularly to the Zig project. And yeah, you don't want to find their way to the Git repository. You want to essentially make sure that you can handle that at the application layer. Now, if we look this into the context, then if we talk about PRs, you have the same problem. +1 because you have still the same exact problems that they mentioned with issues. Do you want it to be in the same Git 3 as the main repo? Yes. The idea would be that you just sync, pull the Zig repository, and that also gives you issues. I mean, if it were a separate repo, that also would be fine, I guess. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. So PRs have the same problem, but worse, because same thing. You want people to be able to open PRs, but you don't want necessarily those PRs to mess up your Git history and blow up your Git repository. So where does this leave you? And PR authors also have the need to update their PR, and updating their PR is not just the same as updating modifying a comment, which would be the case for a Git issue. A Git PR has more commits coming in, force pushes, rebases. Like you essentially need the whole Git semantics to for APR workflow, or maybe not all of them, but maybe you could come up with an alternative way of having these things work, I guess. But let's just put it this way: you don't want to revert all the way back to sending patches via email in a mailing list. So, what do you do at this point? Well, I think the PRs show you that what you kinda would like is an even different approach. You kinda would like for the creator of a PR to have their own Git hosting where they can make changes and stuff, and essentially own their own data. And somehow you would like for the data that they own hosted on their own service, on their own servers, to somehow be linked, be synced, be viewable from your own thing. And that is essentially the core of AT Proto. The core of AT Proto is everybody has their own server with their data, and then applications collect, aggregate this data into a coherent view. So an AT Proto based Forge would essentially mean that you have in your own host all your own repositories and all your own PRs to other repositories. And then the whole overall application knows that when it needs to display all PRs for the Zig repository, for example, it needs to show data that comes from each one of those data sources. And that's AT Proto. So I read this article, and this article actually is a simplified version of what I just described. Like, shows it's even more introductory level, but I liked it. It made sense. Also, here's the thing: you can clearly see something that is kind of fun, in my opinion. You see it right at the beginning. Every single time I post about AT Proto on Hacker News, somebody asks in the comments, where are all the Blue Sky instances? The problem is there are no instances in AT Proto. The question is a category error. Instances are a Mastodon-brained concept. So you can clearly see that in this blog post there's a little bit of, how can I say, distaste for how Mastodon works. And I get it. Because in some ways Mastodon is definitely a less elegant solution compared to AT Proto. At least in the abstract, it is a less elegant solution to this problem of distributing stuff. And yeah, so this blog post basically says that AT Proto is more like RSS. And I get it. Yeah, it's kind of like RSS on steroids. In any case, free yourself from the instance brain. and then somebody got pissed in the comments right away. I feel like you're perhaps purposefully misinterpreted instances just to plug AT Proto. No, bro. Let me tell you what's going on. What's going on is that this person clearly thinks that AT Proto is the superior solution, and that the approach with Mastodon is inferior, and it's essentially saying that in a tongue-in-cheek manner, if you will. So it's not just to plug AT Proto, it's just It's just that they think it's better. And frankly, I think they have a point. I really think they have a point. I really don't like the way the Mastodon works, because I don't like all the I don't like all the extra machinery that it adds in the middle of everything, which in my opinion increases the amount of work that people need to do to have the system working. Introduces a bunch of places where people can like opportunities for abuse, which is inherent to a distributed system. So some of it you can't not have. But I feel like that Mastodon is. I agree. I think I agree that 80 Proto is more elegant than what Mastodon is doing. That being said, do I want to invest in this protocol / platform? I don't know. That's a completely different story. But going back to Zig, so this would be a thing that makes sense. The idea is Zig has its own, let's call it Forge, and then when people want to open issues and create PRs, they host that data not on our servers. They host it on their servers, and then we have a mechanism to be notified that they created something that we are interested in, and then we pull that information from them. We mirror it, and then if somebody is making abuse, or we decide to ban them because they are super annoying, we ban them, which means we stop synchronizing, we stop mirroring, we stop pulling from that specific data source. And then we could have a process for adding new data sources, in a controlled manner, so that like maybe you cap them to give a specific limit at a time, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm sure that all of these problems, all of these things that I just described, I have the strong suspicion that these are like not fully solved problems in the 80 Proto ecosystem, in the sense that, I don't know, maybe there are specs for it. I'm not saying that people have not thought of them. I'm sure they have thought of them, but I would not be surprised at all if today there is no, clear, well codified, well understood, well supported way of limiting abuse that everybody knows how to trivially deploy. I would not be surprised if it's still kind of the Wild West. But as an approach, I think it's solid. It's good. Now, I hope that I have not looked into how 80 Proto is structured financially. I seriously hope that these people are not going all in with fucking VC money, because it's guaranteed to be a shit show if that is the case. Like, there's just no way it's not going to be a shit show if it's entirely all in just VC money. So I hope they're smarter than that. But other than that, cool shit. It totally makes sense. This use case made it like perfectly click for me. I feel like I now understand 80 Proto at a high level very well. So I don't know. Recommended read. There are no instances in 80 Proto. What's on Lobsters? And now I'm gonna start working. Lobsters has town square, right? So I added this to my personal website. Town square is this? It's the list of users. Oh, you can jump. How the fuck do you jump? Space doesn't jump. Oh, H puts the hands. That's a high five? These are high five hands? Oh my god, you can high five somebody for real and it works. Wait, do you get close and it just automatically No, we happen to do it at the same time. That is crazy. Wait, really? Huh. Anyway, so yeah, this is a cute project. I like it. The author is vibe coding the fuck out of it, which has, I don't know, it has some obvious, curious quirks because of that. But yeah, what can I say? I think it's a cute idea. I also opened an issue to see if they would be willing to support sandboxing the script into an iframe, because I don't, as much as I like it, I don't want other people to be able to pull arbitrary JavaScript into my website and have full control over the whole page. So we'll see. Okay, so let's get working. What are we doing today? I'll give a quick recap for the people who were not here in the beginning. So I have new Ziggy integrated with the static site generator. I had some regressed features in a language server, which actually I thought they were regressed. To be honest, I don't even remember if I ever had them. Maybe I'm misremembering and it wasn't even a regression. It was just something that I straight up never had. In any case, I thought it would require more work, but it's actually... so everything revolves around this feature, resolve Ziggy offset. This is essentially the thing that... it's the core of most... how can I say? Of most LSP features when it comes to autocomplete and go to definition, that kind of stuff, because you have the cursor in a given position and you ask for autocomplete or you ask for a definition, and we need to resolve the offset, the byte offset into the document, into where the heck you are, structurally speaking, like in the AST. So, and not only where you are in the AST, but what is the corresponding schema definition that maps to that Ziggy AST. So this is what does that. And but it has some missing functionality, and I thought that the missing functionality was like a problem strictly connected to its design. Instead, the design is actually fine. It was very easy to adjust it to support the new features that it didn't support in the beginning, and those features have mostly to do with what happens when the Ziggy document has errors and is incomplete, which is the state that you're in when you're looking for autocomplete as you're editing the document. So essentially what happened is that I clearly use this function for providing go to definition. I did not use this function to provide autocomplete. So now I changed the interface. I'm adding some things to support the autocomplete use case. And I would like to get this working. I changed the return type. So essentially we need to return more things. So we need to update the code to do that. After this is done, we go to Zin and we wire in finally the Ziggy schema to Zig type Zig struct definition matching. So we're gonna start to double check if our Ziggin types match what we say in our schemas, and I'll tell you up front, they do not match. So we're gonna be able to see this, and then after that I want to make sure that we essentially start leveraging the these new language server stuff when editing SMD documents. So the idea is you are a Zin user, you are modifying a super markdown, well, super MD. I don't say whether MD stands for markdown or not. It's just two letters, MD. So you are modifying a super MD document, you are editing the front matter, and yeah, you want to see their diagnostics, you want to be able to do go to definition, you want the autocomplete, like you want the cool code intelligence so that you can have a good time editing this stuff. That is something that was not possible before, and this whole work that I'm doing is to start supporting more seriously this use case. We're not going to be able to get all the way to 100%, like we're not going to be able to get to what I see as like the end goal of the user experience, but we should be able to get closer. So that's the plan. Okay, I'm gonna start fixing this stuff. Also, I want to improve the LSP stuff a bit, but I don't want to make it perfect. Making it perfect requires a bunch more work. that I don't want to do right away. I just want, let's say, the basics to work. So I already did some of this. Yeah, but we need more fixing. So scope IDX 0, schema IDX 2, root expression. Oh, but this schema IDX is actually field IDX. Let's change it to type expert IDX. I think that is the better name. Let's also change this. This is type expert IDX. This is the tokenizer. That is fine. Centered at the current type. No, this is not going to be centered at the current type, though. This is going to be past the current type. Hmm. Okay, let's start adding this, and then we'll see how to adjust this if we need to adjust this. So we have t, which we can return. Let's look at all our returns. So type expert IDX. Then we need to return expert, which is t. And that we can essentially put everywhere. Do-do-doom. Okay. So this is good. Let's omit the tokenizer for now. So this already should be good. Do we build? Let's test if we build. And then we're gonna see in the language server code if we can make use of this new data or if we need to make adjustments. No field name schema IDX. Okay, so the LSP side broke. Totally fair. Let's go fix the LSP side. Here's some of the work that I was doing lazily yesterday. I'll show. I'll be able to show this in a moment once we get this stuff building. So let's see. Node, AST nodes. Okay, expert node. Oh right, that is not. Wait. That is. I got it wrong. This is not the expert. Where is it? Hello. That is not the type expression index. Oh fuck, I'm doing this wrong. Because sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. It is the type expression index here. Oh, it's not even that. It's the root expression. I see. So this is more like field. This is like root expert or field. let's keep it field index, I guess. That's fine. I guess let's keep it field index. That's fine. Uh Here I'm doing schema IDX plus 1. And I expect it to be a type expression. It is wrong. That is supposed to be not the schema index. That's supposed to be the field index. What is going on here? But also, I think this is not a problem because we are passing this down now. I don't think we have to redo this work because this is wrong. This was wrong. This is, let's say that this is not general enough. This is sometimes gonna be fine, but some other times it's not gonna be fine. So in theory, we should be able to do this. Result dot expert dot tag. Oh, resolved, not result. Resolved. Okay, let's see if we build. Let's see if we work. What are you doing? I am writing language server code for my JSON replacement language. I'm gonna write it here. So if you go to ziggylang.io, you will be able to learn more about my JSON replacement language, and I'm writing tooling for it essentially. Node equals blah blah blah. No field name schema IDX instruct. Really, there is no schema IDX. Yeah, because I changed it to field IDX. Okay. Oh, but this should be scope IDX. I feel like this whole implementation had a bunch of bugs in it. Over completion. No, this needs to be field IDX. Okay. I think this is all like kind of wrong, but that is the problem that I was trying to fix. I'm not gonna be able to fix it right away. 435. Okay, we'll see how this goes. I do not expect this to be magically correct. Here we have login from the language server. Restart the language server. So far, so good. Trigger auto completion here. Is this it? Fuck, I don't even. That should be it, right? Sending one errors. ZLSP sending one errors. Sending 3 errors, sending 2 errors. Okay, so we're not doing great. We kind of regressed a bunch of stuff. Okay, we need more like debug printing for now and to see what it is that we're doing wrong. So, let's see. Where do we start from? let's start from here. What about this line? This line is saying, okay, let's see what the schema says the current node is. But man, we don't know that. We don't fucking know that. Okay, this is a disaster. Like the whole way in which I implemented this is a disaster. So this is not how this can work. I guess the main question is this a missing value or not? If it is a missing value, we do one thing. If it's not a missing value, we do a completely different thing. I think that that's how it needs to be. Because this whole system down here is just not okay, I think. I think this is just not okay. How did this even work? Okay, let's start implementing it my way. So let's say if resolve dot missing value, we do one thing. Otherwise, we do something else. So if it is a missing value, then we want to look at the type of this missing value, and we want to essentially do this. We want to do all of this. This is the backbone of what we want to do in the case of a missing value. So, and you know what? We can even do this. Else, return null for now, temporarily. So let's just cover only this use case. We are in a missing value. How do we know what type is this missing value or is expected to be? Do we look at the current? Do we look at the current tag? No. We need to grab the next tag from the iterator, I think. Actually, you know what? I'm really not sure. I need to look at the code to know which case we're in. Yeah, schema AST. Let's say that we see a slice sigil. We look at the Ziggy node. We find an array. Yeah, this, you see, this makes us navigate into the child immediately. So that means that the expression is the container expression. It's not us in the case of a missing value. So what do we do then? Technically, we could make a tokenizer. Technically, we could make a tokenizer starting from where this one ends, and that should be good. Let's see. Let's do it. Actually, that does not seem a terrible approach. So talk next, or rather, value type init from resolved.expert dot end. And this becomes value type.expr. Oh, I wish I had like add match to set. I mean, I have it. I don't remember how this works though. Maybe you can do it like this. Add cursor next highlighted match. I think I have it unbound even. Huh. Oh, did they do it? Did they do it wrong? Field type, value type. God damn it. Okay. Okay, now we crash with unreachable. As unreachable in completion. Um, else unreachable. Oh, we got something that wasn't any of these things? What? Well, let's log this. And let's print this. Where's my print? Where are my prints? We saw earlier this crash. Where are we not seeing this? Where are we? Why am I not seeing my log.debug? Oh, are we not getting in here? Well, do we see completion at offset? Oh, we don't even see completion at offset. What the heck? Sending one errors. Can you tell me what you like and dislike about Zig briefly? It's a low-level programming language. It gives you a lot of control over um, how the machine works, and it allows you to essentially do close to everything that you can do with a computer. So it kind of expands your ability as a software engineer to the limit of what it can be close to, as opposed to you only write Java. Yeah, you only know Java or Kotlin, and I mean you can do surely you can do a lot with those languages as well, but you're limited to the JVM pretty much. So every time you want to make a software for a user, they need to have Java installed, and you're subject to things like how long it takes for the JVM to start up, blah blah blah. So this is not to say the Java is bad or that the JVM is bad. It's just that it's if that's all you know, then you're kind of like you're in a prison that doesn't have with a prison without bars and without I don't know, that doesn't smell like the Matrix. Well, you're confined into that ecosystem. With Zig there is no ecosystem that confines you pretty much. So that's nice. What do I dislike about Zig? I don't know, man. I'm involved with the development of Zig, so to me, everything that is not good about Zig is just something that we haven't gotten to doing yet. So I'm not the best person to answer this question, I guess, or maybe I am, in a sense. So, but then that will probably give you an not the answer that you were looking for, I suspect. I tried to use Zig and I found it hard. It made me realize the simplicity of C and other languages. Of C and other languages. Hmm. Missing value of type tag struct kv. That is bad. Struct kv. Okay, so this value is absolutely wrong. Um, Simplicity has its value. So I think you guys are making a big category error here. Hard and simple do not belong on the same axis. Hard and simple are kind of orthogonal. You can have simple that is easy, you can have simple that is hard, you can have complex that is easy, and you can have complex that is hard. So, for example, JavaScript is complex that it's easy. There's a lot of shit going on with JavaScript, but it is fairly easy to use as a language. Then you can have complex that is hard. That would be C++, for example. Then you can have simple that is easy and then simple that is hard. In the case of systems programming, so interoperating with how using the computer for real, that is a form of simplicity that has some kind of built-in hardness to it. You cannot make a systems level programming language that gives you full control of the machine, and then also for it to be magically simple. Or rather, you know what, maybe somebody could make something that is magically easy. Maybe somebody could make a easier language than Zig, I guess, without sacrificing much simplicity. Or maybe, there's some genius idea out there that we haven't discovered yet, that you would consider a strict improvement. But for example, yes, C is a simple language, but C is harder than Zig. There is no way around it. C is, in my opinion, strictly harder than Zig because it has a weaker type system, because it has huge limitations when it comes to metaprogramming, which requires you to use macros, which are a complete nightmare to understand, especially other people's fucked up macros that creep all over the place. There is no build system for C, so you have to use a third-party build system, and they all come with their own quirks. You cannot easily cross-compile C code on its own because the tool chains tend to not support it, or rather, maybe the tool chain in theory can, but then in practice, people that create build scripts for the projects, they make choices that make it impossible for you to do cross-compilation without modifying the build process. They add dependency on system libraries, making it impossible for you to build the project in an hermetic manner because it depends on system stuff. So you would have essentially to modify the build system to the build script to be able to create an hermetic build. So there's all these problems that exist in this ecosystem. when you say simplicity of C and other languages, it depends on what other languages you mean. Because I mean, once you take out C, uh, which I would say could pass as a simpler language than Zig, if you assume that macros don't exist. The existence of macros immediately implies that C is not simpler than Zig, in my opinion. The macros by themselves are a radioactive source of fucking complexity and hardness, and they just plain suck. So to me, there's that. But if you take them away, then sure, you can argue that C is a simpler language than Zig. But past C, what other language is simpler than Zig? Of the mainstream ones, I don't think there is a single language other than C that you could argue is simpler than Zig. Well, okay, I'll take assembly. Fine, assembly would be an example of that, I guess. But you know, higher level mainstream programming language, nothing is simpler than Zig. Zig feels very explicit in detail, is what I meant. It is. It is very explicit, and you have to deal with a lot of details that you would not have to deal with if you use a higher level programming language. But that kind of comes with the territory. If you have a language that doesn't have a garbage collector, and you have a long running application that requires memory management, you have to do memory management, and you need to learn patterns for doing effective memory management. It's actually not that hard. Really, you don't have to learn, you know, an insane amount of things. Once you understand the general gist of it, and then you gain a little bit of experience with arena locators, you're like 80% of the way there, maybe even 90% of the way there. What remains at that point is like reference counting, tricks, protocols to essentially give ownership of a piece of memory to another component. And but really, you can get really far without ever doing anything of these things, or keeping them to a very like minimal part in your program. So it's not that big of a deal. If you use arenas when it makes sense. If you don't use arenas when it makes sense, then I'll be blunt. Then you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. You're making worse programs than you could make. You will complicate memory management for yourself. You will end up believing that it is hard or impossible to manage memory correctly manually in a program, which is wrong, trivially wrong. So like you essentially you'll get yourself in a bad situation, and it's kind of your fault in the sense that the system is not really forcing you to be there. Like you kind of chose to be there. By now, as a like field, the field of software engineering, we now understand that you should just use arena locators, and you will get really 80% of the benefits that you get from a garbage collected language pretty much most of the time. So yeah. But the thing is, none of what I described has really anything to do with Zig as a language. What I just described, like memory management, interoperating with operating system APIs, that's with the territory. Like whether you're using Zig, whether you're using C, whether you're using Rust, you have to do those things no matter what. So they are complexity that comes from how the hardware and the operating system work, which are things that, generally speaking, you assume are things that you cannot change as a software engineer. That is not categorically true, because obviously there are people who design the hardware, who can tweak the hardware. You could be working with some kind of machine that doesn't have an operating system, or rather where your program takes the role of the operating system, be it because you are writing an operating system, or because you're writing, you know, a tiny program that runs on an embedded device, and your program is the only thing that is running, so it has full access to the hardware, and there is nothing else that's happening in anywhere in the system. So like you're in charge of everything. Um, so those cases can happen, but let's say average run of the mill software development, you have to deal with what the operating system exposes to you, and that is the only kind of things that you can do other than manipulating your own memory. And yeah, like such is life. That is just how computers actually work. I don't think you always need deep knowledge to use hardware in a simple way, like just opening a file. Yes, because opening a file is a heavily abstracted operation by the operating system, for sure. Opening a file is a lot more of a operating system API than it is a hardware API. But for example, if you're dealing with audio playback, for example, a lot more hardware quirks are exposed to you. For example, size of buffers, uh, clock synchronization, stuff that kind. If you're doing video games and you're playing with and you're using the GPU, then it's not entirely an operating system API, but you're also exposed more to what the GPU can or cannot do, both in terms of performance and in terms of features and in like the general architecture uh, of the GPU as a piece of hardware. So yeah, those are the kind of things that you play with, and that's your computer. That's not Zig, nor C, nor Rust. There are, in any case, situations where you want a lower level access to opening a file to the file system. For example, databases care a lot about the tiny details of how you read and write from into a file, and they use lower level APIs that leak, if you will, a lot more details of how the file system works and the hardware below them. For example, whether um, whether it's a physical hard drive in the current machine versus a networked file system mounted on the machine, and there might be more. So I'm not an expert when it comes to file system stuff. Honestly, I thankfully I would say I never had to really look into this stuff in detail, because I feel like it's a Pandora's box of horrible mistakes of history. I have this strong feeling. But yeah, so depending on what is your use case and how much you care about stuff, you will often find that you have both the higher level API, which is what everybody's used to, and then there's the lower level access where you get more control, but then you now have to deal with even more complexity that does not come from the language, but comes from the physical nature of the thing that you're interacting with. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, one way or another, physics have to match the thing that your software is trying to do. And so clever systems can try to abstract that away, but then if you want to get precise with how things work, the more you want to get precise with how things work, the more you have to face the reality of how the physics interact with the thing. For example, that includes the fact that occasionally, apparently, drives can, for example, write data at the wrong offset. So like you tell them, please write these bytes at this offset in that file, and they just fuck it up. Apparently, that's a thing that happens. Whether this is because of a software bug or hardware malfunction, or maybe a bit of both, I don't know. But that's a thing that happens. And for example, if you're writing an application like a database where you really, really care a lot about not corrupting data ever, then you also have to face these things. Hi, Zig build system is powerful for advanced user, but it is never easy to use compared to Rust and Go. Why is that? Any plan or it meant to be like this moving forward? Well, Go pretty much does not have a build system. The whole idea of Go is to simplify everything to the max, right? And there are some magic comments that allow you to kinda link against C libraries and build C code. Actually, does it support building C code? Yes, it does. Not directly through, I think, a system C compiler, but you can drive this from Go, I believe. Mm, but for Go, it's like 90% of the time, maybe no, maybe more, 95% of the time, you should not be using any of that stuff, and it's just like a tiny thing that occasionally one of your dependencies maybe will do, and then you yourself never have to worry about almost at all until you discover that you have to turn on Cgo, and then now you lost cross compilation. Unless you use Zig. If you use Zig as your C compiler with Cgo, then you can still cross compile your Cgo project. It works, but you have to pull in Zig. Anyway, to answer your question, so Go, I would say, is awesome in terms of ease. It's super simple, but it is very limited. Go doesn't know how to build C projects. So I would cross Go away because I would say Go doesn't even really have a real build system, in my opinion. Rust does have a build system, but Rust, again, does not build C code. When a Rust crate depends on C code, it shells out to the system C compiler, and if the C compilation is complicated, well, I guess they can implement that in the Rust build script, I would assume. In any case, Rust doesn't concern itself with building C code whatsoever. Zig is the only build system that is able to build C code, that gives you the ability to build C code, link against it, produce a C compatible object file library, static library, dynamic library, like shared library, like a DLL or an SO or a .dylib on macOS. So the thing is that the Zig build system is not perfect. I think that we could probably improve the API and make it easier to use strictly by just having a better API. I believe that the current one is not perfect. But if you want to depend on C code, you need to pull in the complexity of what it means to deal with C code. Also, it's not just C code, but for example, you want to make a UFI boot image. Well, there are a bunch of details that you have to match for that to work correctly. Now, I said UFI just to say, something that essentially, something that your operating, your UFI compatible BIOS boots into. And I think I'm using these words wrong. In any case, if you want to make a UFI image, something that a virtual machine boots into, you have to get right things like I believe the machine code layout. Like I believe that there's like a magic address where the system will jump at to start executing code. So that involves linker scripts. There are when you're making certain dynamic libraries or maybe even certain executables, it matters whether you have certain sections in the executable, whether you don't have certain sections, whether you have certain symbols, whether you don't have certain symbols. So there's a lot of these details that Zig allows you to get right, and they have to be somehow exposed in the build system, and they all compound into making the build system more complicated because it has to be more complicated to fulfill these use cases. Go does not give a flying fuck about any of that. Rust, I believe, does to some degree, but not to the same degree that Zig does. So that's kind of it. We could make it better. Yeah, for sure. But it's never going to be like Rust or Go because our build system is strictly more powerful. If you want an example of this, go to github.com/allyourcodebase. And here you can see that it's an organization that has a bunch of C projects packaged for Zig. So they have a build script that works with Zig. So here, this is, for example, Zif Opus. And you look at the build script, and it has a bajillion things. And they have to be here because that's just the nature of building this software. So, for example, Ziv Opus this is Opus. This is not Claude Opus. This is not LLM shit. This is the audio codec that you use in Discord, that you use in a variety of voice applications, VoIP. Um, and this thing has a bunch of options, including supporting hardware acceleration for certain operations. So, for example, if you are targeting x86, you want maybe to make a build that supports SSE, SSE2, SSE 4.1, AVX2. If you're targeting ARM, then you maybe want to support Neon, or whether, if the target CPU supports .prod, you want to enable .prod, otherwise not. And more importantly, there's also a way of not only, so there's one way in which you hard code the call to the optimized function, the function that uses the optimized instructions, or you compile all of them in one executable, and then at runtime there's a thing that does feature detection from the CPU at runtime and sets a bunch of switches in the program so that at runtime the correct call, whenever you want to call a given function, it automatically selects the right version that has the accelerated instructions that the current CPU supports. This is important because if you're making a super optimized build for one specific target machine, you don't want to put in there stuff that it doesn't need. So if your target machine has AVX2, you don't want to have this shit because these are inferior compared to AVX2. Actually, what I'm saying might not be factually true for this case, but let's put it this way. If you have SSE2, I think it's safe to say that you don't want the SSE version of this. So, but if instead you're making a build of this executable that you want to distribute to different machines, some of which might have AX2, some of which might have SSE, some of which might not have any of that. So it would have still to be x86, but the advanced instruction set might change. Then you want to have the other build, and it's a bunch of annoying complexity, but you have to do it. You have to do it if you want to support these features. Go doesn't do any of this shit. Rust, I believe, does. But again, I believe that Rust is able to do this for its own stuff. I don't know how it deals with C. I think that in general, the Rust approach to dealing with C is to just not take ownership of that part of the build pipeline. Like, you solve that part of the build pipeline externally on your own. Maybe there's a crate that helps you with that. I don't know. And then you produce a static library or object files, and then Rust will link those object files. While here, we take charge of the full build pipeline, including the C project. So that is life. This is life. Again, this has nothing to do with Zig. This is just, do you want to be able to build Opus correctly for the target machine? You have to pull this off one way or another. One way would be to, you just have Make deal with that, and then you kind of like shell out to Make from the Zig build script. That would be a way of doing it, but it wouldn't be fully self-contained, right? You have a bunch of logic that is in Make. And in the case of C, as I mentioned earlier, what happens concretely is that the majority of C projects that have Make or CMake as their build script, they do not support cross-compilation. The build script that they write is just inherently hostile to cross-compilation. So that is one big reason why we want to take charge of everything. One is to reduce the number of dependencies. Once you switch to a build.zig, you have Zig that is the build system. You have Zig that is your C compiler, Zig CC. And if you have Zig code, then you can also use Zig to build the Zig code, which can then be linked against with the C code if you want. But yeah, that's how we do it. And so, and you know that if you're just gonna build a Zig, you can do cross compilation. You have to set it up. So like, you have to do the work to guarantee that everything builds correctly on the various machines for the various targets. That does not come automatically out of the box, but it is very feasible, and it is a primary use case. Like, the build system is designed to help you make that happen. Make and CMake, I would say, let's just say, not as much. I did try to use Zig to build my C++ project, and I did fail. I feel like I'm lacking building knowledge. My recommendation would be take a look at what's on your code base. There are plenty of C++ projects in here that have Zig build script. I think Google Test is one of those. Isn't Google Test C++? Hell yeah, look at this bad boy. 89% C++. So for example, this is a build script that builds a C++ project. And as you can see, it's not even that turbo complicated. So yeah, you can totally do it. There is one thing to keep in mind. It ZigCC is Clang. So if you made a C++ project, for example, that uses MSVC, what's it called? Intrinsics? No. Like custom extensions that are specific to a compiler, be that MSVC or GCC, then that's not going to work with ZigCC because ZigCC is Clang under the hood, at least for now. I feel like Build.Zig would benefit from clear documentation and slightly narrower API surface, and being able to go lower level if needed. Yes, I can tell you what why this is not the case currently. It keeps changing all the fucking time. We have not iterated on it enough to have reached that point. Like what you're observing right now is just a system that is at an earlier state of completion than that. So you're right in saying it would be nice to have better documentation for sure. But the thing is, it's still work in progress. I know I heard from a lot of people that they would really appreciate if there were better docs, but it's just a little bit too early. And I almost feel like even if I were to put in the effort to do that, to be clear, there is some documentation for the build system. So just so that you know, there is some stuff. I'll link to it now. But going past this, which by the way, this documentation that I'm mentioning, it's already quickly becoming obsolete, and it takes effort to keep up to speed. So there's this Zig build system guide. And then the other thing is, oh, you're on YouTube. I'll send it to you on YouTube. So there's this. And then there is this. But the problem is, it's just that it's a system that is not yet ready for... it's still a system for early adopters. Because think of it, you know how something is at an alpha stage program, and so it only makes sense for early adopters. If you're not an early adopter, then you're in any case, even with better docs, you're still going to be affected by breaking changes all the time and that kind of stuff. So either you have an early adopter like mentality and like set of interests, or it's it would almost be a lie trying to polish it more essentially. So there's also this. I'm gonna send it also on YouTube. And as I said, all your code base is ultimately probably the best learning source. It's kind of like learn by example, essentially. Why does Zig shell out to another process when using the build system? Well, it's just how it's implemented. So I guess technically you could not do that, but it works. Like for example, in any case, you want to expose to users the ability to do the lower level stuff, like build an executable, build an object file, build a library. That is something that you, without doubt, want to expose to people. And then you could have two different paths, one from, the CLI and then one internal that happens in some other way. But keep in mind also that the build script is, in any case, a separate program for the compiler by necessity. In this sense, like you see how this is a Zig file, right? It's a build.zig file. So this has to be compiled somehow and then run somehow. And that means that compiling this and running it means creating a separate executable that is not the compiler. And then that executable somehow has to run the compiler. And sure, it could run the compiler without shelling out for every command, for sure. But I don't think it's something that makes that big of a difference at the end of the day. One nice aspect of having a bunch of processes is that when something goes wrong, especially when it comes to building C and C++ projects, which are they tend to be the problematic parts of your pipeline as you're setting it up, you can add a verbose flag to Zig build, and that will allow you to see all the Zig build exe, Zig build object invocations. And by observing the CLI, if you have knowledge of how C and C++ build systems work in general, like the compilation model of C and C++, then you will be able to inspect the CLI arguments and see if you see something suspicious. So, for example, the build system the compilation fails because it's unable to resolve a given header file. But I thought I did provide the include path for that header file. Let's double check. Is it present in the CLI invocation or not? So with the verbose flag, you can debug this stuff, and it really helps a lot with fixing this stuff. As far as I know, the build runner and the build.zig executable are different processes. They were not. They are now. Yes. If some parts of the pipeline are parallelized and some other aren't, here the CPU will be oversubscribed or not fully utilized. I don't know what you're talking about. The Zig build system does parallelize as much as it can, and it even has knowledge. It even has knowledge of how much memory a given task is supposed to take, and it uses that to not oversubscribe memory. And if a given task consumes more memory than what it is expected, I don't remember if it gives you an error or a warning, but in any case, it will tell you that you need to configure that task to expect it to use more memory so that the build system can avoid oversubscribing. So this is already implemented. And the fact that it's using multiprocessing versus not using multiprocessing is ultimately not really that important. Keep in mind that this is maybe an important thing that I should point out. A Zig build script, it's not an imperative list of operations to do to obtain the build. Like, this is not saying, like, when this says create a library, it's not literally is build exist single threaded. No. So when in the when in the build system, you specify that your build script describes a build graph. It describes a bunch of steps that need to happen and what the dependencies are between them. And then the build runner is capable of running all the tasks that it wants in parallel. But if you have a bunch of tasks that don't depend on one another, for example, then it knows that it can schedule them all at the same time, or schedule some of them all at the same time up to system resource limits, and then queue the other ones so to not oversubscribe the system, and then run these ones when it's time, and then do the same one level below with the rest of the things. Then how does it synchronize the number of workers between processes? um that is less of an important question than I think you're making it to be, but there is a communication protocol. I don't think it's currently fully implemented, but there is some work in that regard. Maybe I can find the issue. Let me see. I think we are looking at an issue from mlog, and I think protocol. Maybe protocol is the wrong thing. Semaphore. Oh no, there's there is a there's an expression that they use that I forget. Build server. Um, no, the problem is that there's a bajillion proposals from mlog. God damn it. Um, mm, 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 mm. Did they? No, even if they moved it to Codeberg, then it would have to still be here. Is it not from mlog? You know what? It might be from Andrew. It might be originally from Andrew. Yeah, it's that, but this is an old thing. Oh no, it does not have the proposal label because it's not a language change. Let's see, author Andrew. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna find this. In any case, there is there is a protocol which I don't know if it is implemented already today or not, that allows a build system task to communicate this information to the build runner. Wait, what the fuck? No, okay, no, right, right. This is a different one. No. This is another protocol thing. It's not the same thing. I think it, man, I can't find it. I feel dumb, but there is a proposal for this. 100%. There absolutely is one. Fuck. I can't find it. You know what? I'm gonna ask him like because I kind of want to be able to fetch this information and not have it lost. Okay, I asked him because really I feel like weird that I can't find a link to it. In any case, it's there. There's a proposal from it. So for it. So if Matt sends me a link, I'll pull it up as soon as he does. He probably remembers better than me what the keywords are and whatnot. Okay, in the meantime, let me make some more progress here. So here, we're fucking up 615. The number seems a bit low. No, that's not the right one. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Oh well. Um. Okay, let's try this. Let's see just what we print in this case. Evaluating this, evaluating that, blah blah blah. Missing value of type tag identifier. That is totally wrong. Okay, so we're passing the wrong information from result Zig. Or at least there's a mismatch between what this is and what I want from the other side. And maybe I want like both this, but with a different meaning. So what is happening here? Here, oh yeah, this is definitely gonna be wrong for sure because it right. This is the container when we are in a it's definitely true for this case, but let's look at the case that we were in earlier. So earlier we are in a struct and we're running through the fields of that struct. And of course, if we give T, that's not okay. this is it, kind of what we want to do. Essentially, we want to do this earlier almost, and then pass down tokenizer.next, which, maybe that is the point. Uh, Maybe that is the point. And also, this has some side effects. So either we move both of these above and then we leave the rest below. Hmm. Or maybe these should happen afterwards. I think I should print more of this information so that I know what I should expect. So these two, here's what I do know though for a fact. These two should be here. Oops. These two should definitely be there. And I think at this point, instead of expert, we pass a copy of the tokenizer. Do we pass a copy of the tokenizer? You know what? Yeah, let's change this to just be a copy of the tokenizer at this point. So this is going to be correct. And then I would have to fix everything else. So what happens here, for example? Actually, let's start from the very top. Okay, so here we see that we should be instead of a slice, but the Ziggy contains a null. What do we do with regards to this? Hmm. Well, the thing is that uh, how big of a donut to do a installing and using Linux stream? How to install Linux and how to use Linux? Is that what you're asking? Um, I think the answer is I don't think I'm the best person to provide that kind of content. I would recommend you ask somebody else. Chances are that you will find already made content that explains that in pretty good detail without you having to donate even to anybody. And if you want one last piece of advice, steer clear of Omachi. Because if you're looking into getting into Linux, and you're looking for an entry point, there are, you know, sexier entry points, and in a sense Omachi by DHH is kind of a sexy entry point, but be aware, be careful, because that is a like it's a cul-de-sac. Like you're setting yourself up for a disappointing experience in the medium to long term. You're gonna have a good experience in the very short term, but the moment you need to update something, that thing is gonna fall apart. It has already fallen apart for so many people because it's undercooked, if you will, as a real distro. So just I recommend not doing that. Because you will come out of that experience with an initial immediate boost of dopamine, I guess, and then you'll come out with an impression that Zig is more broken than what he actually is. Not how to. You and I were both macOS evangelists. Wait, are you actually Hayes? Hayes? Are you that Hayes? You take some grace to convince. Look, if you're that Hayes, look, man, I have my Linux VM. I'll tab to it whenever I want. I'm keeping my macOS, my Apple hardware. I'm not getting away from my Apple hardware at this moment. I'm not getting away. I'm not getting to any other hardware at this moment, considering that everything is like the cost of everything is ballooning, and I don't want to install Asai Linux. So for now, I'm staying on macOS, and I'm gonna take all the good and bad that comes from that. And when I really need Linux, it's just one keystroke away. So don't worry. Oh, I see. This is my YouTube channel. Okay, tune down. What is it? Okay, man. By the way, since you're here, are you coming to System Distributed in Boston? There's also a Zig Day attached to it. You can come to the Zig Day even if you don't come to the conference. If I remember correctly, it's not that hard to get to Boston from New York, is it? Um, okay, let me fix my shit in the meantime. So, you know what? Let's fix one use case at a time. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave the expert tag stuff in there for now. Um, let's leave it there, and let's have these also be undefined. I'm really just trying to unblock one use case at a time. I'll try to swing by. Well, if you do, here's my recommendation. Go to Zig.day, click on the Zig Day Boston System Distributed 26, go to Luma and RSVP. We're already full house, but join the waiting list so that I'll send out soon an email telling people to unsubscribe if they don't plan to come. And there are very good chances that you should be able to get in after a bunch of people unsubscribe. Like I would say that you shouldn't worry about the waiting list stuff pretty much. So don't worry. Like if you come just for the Zig Day, I'm not gonna leave you out the door. Okay. So undefined, delightful. Let's see what happened here. Missing value of type tag invalid. Right. That is correct. Because we want to expert IT.next. Correct. There we go. These suggestions are not amazing. They kind of suck. They're like the first one, null, is fine. The second one is really crappy. This should not be represented like this. There should be more configuration, make the autocomplete better. But bit at a time. So yes, this is suggesting to either add a dictionary or to add null. Why is it doing this? Because of this. Because of this. So yes, this we have unblocked one part of the use case. I think we want the tokenizer every single time because also even in this case, knowing that what's inside. So if I just grab a token instead of the full tokenizer from the other side, then what I would get, I guess I should show this from the schema. With just the token, I would get this. Oops. I would. Okay, I would get. Excuse me. Okay, I would get the. Yeah, this. So this is one token, but I want the full tokenizer because it is actually good to know, well, is this a dictionary of what? And depending on what the dictionary is of, I think it would even make sense to, auto-complete this as not only this is what I was doing right now, but if it's a map of strings, it would make sense to even set it up like this and have this the first modification point, and then when you press tab, then the cursor should send you here. I think that makes sense. And then I guess a third tab would send you here plus the comma. Maybe the comma should always be there. I don't know. These are decisions that can be done after the basic shit works. So yeah, passing the tokenizer is just a good idea. Let's go murder the token, I guess. Do we care about the symbol of what we are inside of? I don't know. I really do not know. Well, you know what? Let's get this going. If we discover that we need it to, I'm gonna change it in some other way. So let's get rid of the undefined. This was like just a hack so that I didn't have to update all the code paths before testing this. So expert IT. Okay, now I understand what's going on. Yes, it makes total sense for this to be a copy of the tokenizer because if we are inside of a slice or something, we don't need to do anything to it. We are already kind of in the zone. Same with array. So same here. Same here. Same here. Same here. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Right here, I was doing it already like this. Okay. So let's revisit the logic. This I understand perfectly now. We do not want to touch the tokenizer. We want to copy it as it is. For sure here, identifier. So the schema says that it's an identifier, but the Zig contains a null. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, let's build. Does it build? I think it does. Yes. So next is let's complicate things a little bit. Let's make something an array of something. So banana, let's make banana an array of numbers. Oh, this causes a crash. Really? I mean, I've commented this part out, but this I'm surprised that this causes a crash. Where's the actual crash? No, this is showing me the safe allocator stuff. Where's the actual crash, man? Safe allocator, safe allocator. Oh no, I only see safe allocator leaks. Wait, is this my crash? No, I think this is another leak factories. Oh man, why can I not see my thing? Okay, so banana equals and then space. Okay. Um so this contains then if I do autocomplete, will it work? Oh, this did not work. We look at mango, we looked at apple, we looked at banana. Banana doesn't have the comma. This drives me nuts, the fact that this does not have a comma. That is a problem. This guy needs to have a comma. The AST is not doing it's not working as it should. Okay. So, but it does correctly suggest that we need to put an array in there. So we do put an array. Because banana is of type slice of int. Okay, so in here, what if I do a request in there? Resolve struct. Resolve field name banana. Yes. Resolve value hit. Yes. Scope IDX3, Ziggy IDX9, array H, schema IDX7. Oh, because this guy does not contain a missing value. Okay, so this is interesting. An array doesn't contain a missing value. So now, what does an autocomplete instead of an array look like? Well, if we are inside of an array and not an array field, hmm, actually, I think I can do the missing value case. I think if I add a comma, does this get me? No, it gets me in the array case still. I will put a space. There is no missing value. Interesting. Okay. But what if I do this? There's really no missing value in the AST. Interesting. Okay, so how do we make a complete though instead of an array? I guess an array should suggest its contents even if it doesn't have a missing value. Does this mean that missing value is a thing only in the case of no. I was about to say abstracts, but that cannot be it. Wait a second. What if I do this? I think it might be my array handling code in here because it surprises me. Like we are doing the thing where we look at children. Does it really not contain any child? Is this code really all dead? Let's see if we print that a little bit. Hello, Ivan. Yeah. Array vertical. No children? What if we add children though? Proper children. Like oh, now we are doing this. These numbers don't match because they mean different things. It's a coincidence that this 10 happens to also be 10. So what if I take this out? So there is an child 12. So like this, there is a child 12. But we never enter. Let's print these children. What's the name of source? Schema source. Child 10, and it's a bunch of space. Child 12, and it's nothing. Excuse me? What? No? Why are these this is completely wrong. These should be essentially this. It makes sense that it contains some new lines, but it should contain the comment. It should contain the 10. Actually, maybe it doesn't contain the comment. I don't know, but these values are out of whack. Uh, what happens if we simplify this? Resolving array child 8, and it's a new line. What? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, my array element nodes are completely out of whack. I was able to get around it by capturing STDR using CMD capture STDR and just not using the value, but that feels kind of hacking. Wait a second. What are you referring to? Are you referring to something from yesterday that I don't remember? Did you send a message that got eaten by YouTube? Because I don't remember the context. So give me a second. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then we need to fix this. I think we are essentially what's happening is that we're building the AST with wrong location information, and we just never discovered this because we never exercised. You sent a different message. Okay, let me see. Well, I have some bad news for you. It's not Bork. It's YouTube. I don't see the other message. I'm guessing you put a link in there, maybe, and YouTube decided that links are bad. You might have put in like a horrible link to GitHub or Wikipedia, like disgusting stuff that YouTube didn't want us to see. Yeah, I don't know. Try to make your message less problematic somehow if you can. I don't even I don't even have the ability to see your message from the moderator view. So like it's not even a thing that I could like unblock for you or do anything about. Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Okay, let's make progress. Man, what the heck is going on here? God damn it. That's really kind of nuts. I guess the auto formatter just ignores locations set in array elements. That has to be it. Otherwise, I don't understand why that would be the case. Source AST. Am I doing something wrong? Wait a second. Wait a second. I am doing something wrong. Am I passing in schema source instead of the document source? Wait a second. Let me first double check that I'm not doing the funniest thing. Oh my god, I'm doing the funniest thing, am I not? Yeah. Oh my god. Hello? Yeah. Resolving array child 810. Okay. So let's undo this. Oh, okay. Let's complicate this then. Okay, let's see what happens now. Resolving array child 8, which is just 10, and then child 10, which is an empty slice. The fact that this is an empty slice essentially means that it's either hard or impossible for us to get in there. Where would it be located? Is it located in here? No. Is it located right after the comma? No. Where the fuck is child 10 located? Let's add a little bit of printing because I want to see the quirks of these stuff. So let's print the starting location. Because I believe in our matching, if we match the start, like the start is inclusive. Oh wait, but the end has to be strictly greater than. Oh, you know what? This might be by virtue of being completely empty. This is unselectable. Actually, let's just bring the whole lock. Yeah, you will see that if we do this, this is going to be an empty node, like a node of span of size 0, and we're not going to match it. Start 105 and 105. Yeah, and we're at offset 104. So yes, it is positioned there. Wait, why does it not include the fucking comma? It should include the fucking comma. No, it's the value. No, wait, it's the element. It should include the comma. Wait a second. Okay, yeah, this is including the comma. That is correct. Why is this guy not including the comma? Again, this is a second case where we're not including the comma when we should be including the comma. If we included the comma, then this would be less of a problem. I mean, what we're trying to do, the approach that I'm trying to take would still not work. Okay, these are suspicious quirks, but for now, this is fine. Let's say, though, that when you are entering an array, so what we're missing is the fact that in LSP, so it seems the missing value for now is it a thing that only applies to fields? No. You know what, though? In the case of an array, either way, it doesn't matter. Okay, I see. I get it. So let's expand our views. So past missing value. If it's not missing value, then I guess here we do the rest. But at this point, I might just keep using this because it doesn't matter. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Also, where's the array case? Struct in union. And there's an else null. Node.tag. We're looking at the schema node. Why are we looking at the schema node? We should not be looking at this. Huh. How do we embark this? Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna put this on hold because I think I need to think about this stuff off stream a little bit, take it easy, figure out exactly what I want to do with this, and just continue a little bit on my own. Yeah. Yeah, I think we should move on to one of the other things. So we unblocked something. I still need to do more work though, but it's a little bit tough. Let's make progress on something else. Let's go to Zine and add schema validation. Oh, this is going to be sweet. Yeah. Okay, so give me a sec and I'll get to that next. Okay. Okay, let's move on to the next one. I'm gonna put a minus here. We did something, but not enough. So Zine, actually, what would be? I guess the minus works. I guess the alternative is that we could put like a slash, as in like a spare. I'll do minus. Okay, so Zine schemas validation. How do we do this? I think I have Zine open here in the back. Yes. So here, okay, here's what we want to do. In the build process, we want to match two Ziggy schemas against two main types. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's start from the. Actually, let's start from the schema files. Do we have the schema files? We have one, front matter.ziggy schema. And then the second one is zine.ziggy schema. So, which I never created. So there we go. It's a new one. Uh, and I think it's time to complicate this a little bit more. So we're gonna say we're gonna call it config, and a config is I was wondering, why did you choose Markdown for Super Markdown instead of other formats like ASCII doc, especially? Um, I looked at other file formats, and none of them really convinced me a lot. The one that I got convinced the most about was I'm gonna mispronounce it, but it's Diot. I'll show that in a moment. Well, let's look at ASCII doc. And in any case, I wasn't like super sold on the extra syntax of any of these systems because I knew that I wanted to add some extra capacity, like extra logic based on my own design. So I wanted to extend Markdown my own way, in a sense. So I mean, whether you want to look at ASCII doc as an extended Markdown or not, obviously that's debatable. But for the sake of the argument, let's say that it is something like that. I wanted to have the extra stuff come from my integration with Scripty, not from extra syntax, not as extra syntax of a more complicated document format. Also, I generally don't mind Markdown as a general idea. I hate the specifics of the grammar and how Markdown parsers work. But I think as a general idea of something being a lightweight, not too complex markup format, that I liked. Um, lastly, I did Markdown because that one had a C implementation. I believe that all the other ones that I've seen didn't seem to really have good C libraries. Now that was it's a general statement. Maybe ASCII doc does have that. I'm gonna take a look now. But I remember there were quite a few even promising formats, but they just didn't have a C implementation. So without a C implementation, that is a problem. A Java library, an implementation written in Ruby, a Golang library, a Haskell library. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, this is not good enough. Every time you implement one of these things in a language that is not C, to me, having a C implementation or a C-like implementation, like something that has a C ABI compatible interface, that is critical for me. So yeah, all these things are problematic. The one that I liked was this the Jot. I don't know. Dot? No, you know what? I think it's pronounced dot. Also, the fact that they have to explain the freaking pronunciation is annoying. Um, oh, dot. Yeah. So dot was interesting, except implementation is in JavaScript, Lua, Prolog, Rust, Go, PHP. That is also a problem. Also, dot, I believe, does not have a 1.0 spec, does it? At least it didn't up until a while ago. I remember people were complaining about this. So, latest release 0.2 from 2023. I'm mostly on ASCII doc due to the syntax rather than implementation understandable. Yeah, no, I totally get it. I get that people don't like vanilla markdown too much. So here's my plan. My plan is to essentially get the rest of the ecosystem of Zine better and then rework Super MD from scratch. My current idea is to keep it markdown like, but I don't know. I know that I want to support one language. I don't want to support I don't want to let the user have pick their own content language, strictly because I want the integration with Scripty to make sense and work. And at least for now, I intend to do it once for my own tailored for my own tailored markup language, and not have plethora of half-assed implementations. Maybe in the future I could extend this. I don't know, but I want to essentially want to make sure that I do one from scratch well. The problem is Markdown and company, like Markdown level markup languages, are complicated. So I first want to make sure that I break my bones over all the other simpler languages and get them right before I attempt that. So I feel like I've pretty much mastered HTML. Super HTML is a pretty good it's decent as a templating language, and it is a pretty good LSP. Like the Super HTML formatter and language server at this point are respectable. They're not perfect. There's still work to be done to get them to 100%, but they are totally respectable. Ziggy, I'm making better now. Once I'm kind of done improving them both, then Super MD will be clearly the lowest point in terms of quality in the Zine ecosystem. And so that's what I will improve on next. I saw that the Ziglang org website is built with Zine, yes, but the Langgraph isn't. Why? Because the Langgraph is included in Zig tarballs, and so the Zig compiler So to render the lang ref with Zin would mean that the Zig compiler essentially depends on Zin, and that would be that's like a dependency that you would add to the compiler just for the lang ref. It's generally a good idea to limit the number of dependencies that your critical infrastructure software depends on, so that bootstrap paths are simpler. And in general you don't want a C compiler to depend on, for example, having Perl installed on your system, ideally. So since the langgraph ships in Zig tarballs, it's essentially a tiny simplified script that Andrew made for templating that. You figure out what the comment is being blocked? Oh, let's see. Do you know of a way to ignore SCDR from a build step run running an external command, but the command always prints to the SCDR? So the step always shows as failed. Oh, right. It was up here. Okay, cool. Yeah, so yes, you figured it out. Nice. Um, yeah, so I hope I answered this. We don't want the compiler to depend on stuff that is not strictly necessary to have. So in any case, my current plan is to have SuperMD probably be closer to dot than Markdown. We'll see though where all of this goes. So it will always want to stay in pure HTML. Good question. I don't know. I would say yes for the foreseeable future. I This is ultimately, I think, up to Andrew. I don't think I think it's generally fine for it to be this way. Um, it's handy. It's a document. There's links and tables, so yeah. HTML seems to be, the most portable choice in that sense. But I don't know if maybe in the future there will be things that seem smarter. But for now, it seems the right choice. So struct config. Um, Struct config should contain, I think, minimum Zine version, and we make that a string, I guess. Then, yeah, no worries. Then we want site. Union site has a simple site and a multilingual. So now we need to fill in what's in a simple site and a multilingual. I do not remember what's supposed to be in a multilingual. But site should have like title. Well, you know what? Let's not make this up because we have our own structs that define this stuff. So config. No, I think the config is in root.zig. Yeah, look at this. This, what I call site, is a simple site. Oh, you know what? Actually, this is it. Oops. Okay, so this is not entirely correct. Let's fix this. Title is bytes. Host URL is bytes. URL path prefix is bytes. Or interestingly, if we want to make um, this has a default value in the Zig code. Here we don't have the concept of a default value, but we should. Do we do that just by making it optional? Let's do it like this for now. Layouts dir path bytes bytes bytes. Static assets. It's a slice of bytes, which defaults to empty. Interesting. So we would have to make it optional. Then image size attributes. That's a boolean, but we make it optional. Okay, there we go. Now it indents correctly. So I think this is okay. What's what I Are you asking what IDE I'm using? I'm using flowcontrol.dev. That's my editor. You're like the closest person I have to ask questions about Zig decisions and clear my doubts. Sorry if it's annoying. It is not annoying, Jesse. I am doing these streams in part also so that I can answer these questions. Like that is part of the intended reason why I'm making these streams. So feel free to ask away. If for some reason at some point I decide that I want to make progress on my stuff rather than answering questions, don't worry, I'll make it clear. And it is not something like, oh, I'll be annoyed and then, because you overstepped or anything. Don't worry. The default assumption is that people in chat should be asking me the questions if they have any, and I will answer them at my own pace. So there is pretty much no way for you to get this wrong. Don't worry. Does it give a command? Do you believe it could be accepted to expose a get key flag? Huh. That is a truly interesting question. So ZigAmp originally would export a JSON printout of the environment as understood by the Zig compiler. Then it got changed to Zon once the Zig compiler um, added Zon. But Zon is a pretty minimalistic language. It doesn't have a toolchain around it. It doesn't have. It's not going for the, if you will, toolchain supremacy approach that I'm going with Zin, that I'm going for with Zin. So in sorry, with Ziggy, I should say. With Ziggy, setting aside the fact that it's a lot of it is still work in progress, but the idea is that there should be a tool that does all this stuff. Zone doesn't have that. So the question is, has anybody like currently there is no formalized way of saying what does a path through a zone document even is supposed to look like? Does it because I'm guessing that if you do this, then it should be more than just getting a top level key, right? It should be something, maybe a simplified version, but something similar to JQ essentially. So my point is that yeah, it makes total sense to want to have this utility on hand, and but also at the same time, it there's a lot of scope creep, and Zone doesn't, at least for now, it's not a file format that is going this route. So these are currently the issues with the design and the ecosystem, as I understand them, that prevent this kind of stuff from happening. Because the moment that you really want to implement this for real, then you kind of are pulling in a bunch of stuff that is currently out of scope. I don't have an answer. I think this needs to be an issue open on the tracker, and then at some point somebody will say, "Yeah, you know what? We think this should be in scope, so we're gonna do the work necessary to fulfill this use case and design everything that is necessary around it," or go the other end and say, "No, this is out of scope. Um, you'll have to figure out how to do this on your own / with third party tooling." It will have to be one of the two. Now, I'm saying this in a sense like I know that I'm not taking responsibility. I'm not for this design choice because I mean, obviously this is not uh, entirely up to me. It's a core team decision. Andrew also has to weigh in, of course. But currently, as far as I know, there is no consensus on this. This is not on the core team's radar, and I don't know what people's opinion will be on this. As the creator of Ziggy, personally, I think it is important for a file format to have tooling around it. Um, but the whole reason why I'm doing Ziggy, even though Zone exists, is because Zone is going for a more minimalistic path than what I'm doing with Ziggy. So I don't know. I guess the answer is I just don't know. I'm sorry. This is something that consensus has to be built on by the core team. Okay. So here we have everything for simple. Then let's see if we have multilingual down here. Yes, we do. Hello, Kadam. Good afternoon. Okay, let's see. bytes, 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 but with a default value. Static assets. Slice of local, whatever. Then bool. And the clear identifier. Oh, wait, the auto formatter doesn't format unexpected message. I think FMT should reformat this even if there's this error here. Okay. Well, in any case, struct local. There you go. Okay, what's in our locale? Maybe we should review this stuff above here first. Host, let's see. URL where the website will be hosted. It must not contain a path. Oh, I think this. And it must not contain a path. See URL path prefix. Although this is inside locale, right? Output prefix override. Directory that contains mappings from placeholders to translations expressed as Ziggy files. Each Ziggy file must be named after the locale it's meant to offer translations for. Yes. Then we have layouts. Then we have assets. Maybe the I18N should be below. No, because there's assets prefix path. Okay, I'm gonna put it at top. Location where the site and build assets will be installed. By default, assets will be installed directly in the output location. In multilingual websites, Zine will create a single copy of site assets, which will then be installed at this location. It will be your duty to then copy this directory elsewhere if needed in your deployment setup, e.g., when deploying different localized variants to different hosts. Note that page assets will still be installed next to their relative page. I think this should even be a new line. Oh, wait a second. There we go. Sorry, flow. Subpaths in assets their path. They will be installed unconditionally. All other assets will be installed only if referenced by a content file or a layout using site asset full link. Examples of incorrect usage of this field. Site-wide CSS files should be linked by templates. Yes. RSS feeds should be generated by defining alternative pages. Examples of correct usage of this field: fav icon.ic ico and other similar assets auto discovered by browsers. Uh, font files only referenced inside of CSS files. I'm going to remove the CNAME example. And I think there's an example of that also above. Yeah, replace it. Then a list of locales of this website. For each entry, the calling values must be unique. Code output prefix override if set plus post URL override if not null. When enabled, Zig will automatically add width and height to blah blah blah. I'm thinking this could be made a one-liner. Okay, so far so good. We need to define locale now. Something I forgot. And it annoys me a bit was that wouldn't it be nice for the standard library to provide a templating engine like it goes? Considering it does some templating for the language reference HTML. Um, I think a templating language is probably going to be out of scope for the standard library. I don't know that for sure. We might change our mind in the future. Um, but right now, what happens with the templating of the LangRef is that it's not meant to be something for users to use. Also, a templating engine like Goes, that's a templating engine that has runtime evaluation. Um, the LangRef, well, I mean, yeah, the LangRef does have some. No, not really. The LangRef essentially has like very little runtime stuff that's happening. Like you don't have the ability to provide, for example, an evaluation context. So compared to Go, what the LangGraph has is like very very minimal, and it's like a simplistic version of that. What Go does. So this is another example of something of which you would be increasing the scope of. Um, so I would recommend to not think of it as a reason for arguing in favor of adding a templating engine to the standard library. And in general, discussions about what to add to the standard library right now are out of scope because today what is being added to the standard library is essentially what the compiler and toolchain needs, nothing more than that. Like stuff is not added to it because it would be nice to have, except, fairly constrained versions of that where in std.crypto, not every single crypto primitive in there is strictly necessary for the compiler to have, but that's that's kind of an easy bet for something that you would want to have in the standard library and be decent and be feature complete. A templating engine is a lot more out there in a sense. But in the future, when the Z compiler and language is not the focus of the main focus of development anymore, and the focus has shifted more towards polishing and designing the standard library, then that is going to be a discussion worth having. Um, I would not be too optimistic that a templating engine would be in scope for the standard library. So maybe it will, maybe it won't. But that is going to be the point where to have that discussion. Right now, you will definitely not find any interest because it's too early. Does Zin or SMD support math rendering? Yes. If you run Zin init in an empty directory, it will create a default website, and that showcases math rendering. That is done via, currently this is done via JavaScript library, so it is not like comp time math rendering, well, build time math rendering. Um, but it is an explicit type of let's say directive, and in the future we could improve how the implementation to make it fully build time. So like if you go to Zin docs super markdown super md reference, and then you can see math tech. So either you write it this way or you write it this way, and that will become this, and then you're gonna need one of these guys to make it work. I think we bundled Taml in Zin init, but I think you can adjust it. Like this is what gets generated for you, and then you can pick this up with whatever runtime JavaScript library you want to make this work. Um, so this is the current approach. Okay, so with this we have defined locale. So this is the Ziggin config for Zin. Ta-da! There we go. You could even call it Zin config or just Zin. I think config is fine. It's actually not that important. Okay, so we have this Ziggy schema written down. Then we should look at front matter. Man, front matter is horribly out of date. Absolutely horribly out of date. Absolutely horribly out of date. So I think this should be $ page. Do we call it page or front matter? I think we should call it page. This is page. And then there's a bunch of syntax that we have to fix. Title is bytes. But is it optional, really? Date for sure is not optional. Tags. Sure, an optional bytes of slice. Oh, bytes. Aliases as well. Draft. Layout. Alternatives. Yeah, and then custom is this. Optional map of any. And we can stuff alternative inside, because now we can nest. And above alternative, we can put date. So date is not a struct, actually, it's a union, and it contains ISO and Unix. Have you seen MathML? They would be mostly native to HTML. Part of the project is to contribute a little. And part of a project I contribute little to is Typist. Yeah, I'm aware of Typist. I'm also vaguely aware of MathML. I don't remember precisely why I didn't go for pure MathML in the implementation in Zine. Um, I think I asked feedback to some people that are using that are used to writing formulas in their blog posts. It's not something they really do much on my end. And I think they mentioned I think they mentioned some issues with MathML. I don't remember precisely which ones. So I don't know. I would say that this is something that this is not final. What we have for now is something that I'm looking into improving in the future, uh, but this is not my top priority for Zine either. Let me put it this way: if you are opinionated about this stuff and you believe there is a better course of action, I would encourage you to open an issue on the Zine repository and essentially explain your perspective. I will not look at your issue and give you an answer in the short term, but that will be valuable information because when I circle back to this stuff, let's say once I'm done setting up the basics of having a proper schema for the front matter and whatnot. So once the once the basic stuff is done, then I'll circle back to it and I'll be able to look at your reasonings and factor that information for future decisions. Do you speak Italian? Yes, I do. I do speak Italian. Okay, let's take a look at this schema. The title of this page, sure. A short description that the section page has access to. The main author of this page. I'm tempted to change author to authors and have this a slice of names. Keep subdirs. Interesting. Ignore other markdown files in this directory and any subdirectory. Oh, super MD can be meaningfully set to true. Can only be meaningfully set to true for index.smd pages. Is it 8681? Oh shit, we had it in the original version of this. 7181. Is it 8601? Why am I getting the Italian version? God damn it. It is definitely not that. What is the ISO date format? 8601. Okay. Oh, is there a mention of RFC something something? 3339. These descriptions are not the best possible, but they're going to be fine for now. Okay, let's look at the alternative. Okay. This is going to be interesting because this is going to be interesting. So if we make these optional, then that means that we're stating that code that tries to access these properties needs to assume that they are optional. So meaning that you need to branch on them, and that is annoying. Although in this case, this is fine. Like doing this here is fine, but doing it here, not as fine, not as interesting, because you kind of would like this array to always be present and just be empty by default. Something also with draft, although draft you don't care about as a user because you don't really look into draft. For you, draft is always true when it evaluates because, well, not always, but it tends, let's just say that it tends to be true because, yeah, whatever. Tags also, you would like that to default to an empty slice. Maybe we should add as default values optionals and empty slices. So like the array of something could be empty by default. And the map of something could be empty by default. So maybe this is how it should be. We don't support any arbitrary thing, but for containers, we support empty containers. So we support as default values null, empty slice, empty dict, and that's it. 3. Let's see. These are all the questions that I have. I'd like to ask more about Ziggy, but should I use Ziggy for my config file for my linter or just use Toml? I feel Toml is too ini-ish, YAML is too huge as a dependency, and JSON is just JSON. That's kind of the issue that I had when trying to decide what to use for the front matter of Zine. I don't hate Toml. For me, Toml more than too ini-ish, although I do get that. For me, it has the problem that it's kind of complicated because Toml, unlike the other formats, has this thing where you append to a bit to a data structure, then you switch to something else, and then there can be something more that appends to a previous data structure. So it's almost as if it's partially scripted in a sense because you apply side effects to things. It's not just purely a tree, right? Oops. It's not purely a tree. It has like things that apply side effects to what you were doing before. So I think that if you are in a context where that stuff really matters, it's nice because it kind of gives you a built-in semantic for having the concept of overriding a piece of data, I think. But for example, for a front matter makes no sense. And for config files that are not for super complicated stuff where you want to have like some kind of hierarchy of config files, it's absolutely overkill. So YAML for me also is it's a hard no. And JSON, yeah, it's JSON. So I don't know. Ideally, what you would be able to get from Ziggy is that if the editor is configured correctly, then you would have a decent schema experience. To me, I would say the major selling point of Ziggy for a schema language is you create a schema of this kind. It's nice. It's human readable. It's strictly better than what JSON schema can do for you, and then users should be able to use these to their advantage. So I don't know. Up to you. I would say Ziggy is currently close to being really good for this use case. I need to polish the language server autocomplete a little bit. Like go to definition is already amazing and it works as intended. And I would say that is like 60% or that plus diagnostics is like 60% of what one needs. The remaining 40% is not fully there yet, but I'm in the process too. Like I'm in days, essentially, maybe a week or two. I'm going to release to make a new release of Ziggy with all this stuff improved, and it should be actually a pretty good experience. So yeah, that's this. That's the case. Okay, making these bad boys optional is showing me a limitation of the schema language because we don't have default values. And I want to keep not having default values other than empty containers. Empty containers is good. Null is an empty optional container. Empty slice is an empty array is an empty slice container. Empty dictionary is an empty dictionary container. So I think those are good to have as default values, but nothing other than that. Just those. Just those. Yeah. What about a string of something that we want to default to an empty string? Do we support also empty string? Man, that is debatable. Maybe yes, because an empty string is essentially the same as an empty slice. Hmm. What I hate is having to maintain both JSON schema and also parsing type configuration, duplicating the configuration. Oh yeah, so the way this works, so that is what I was supposed to do now, but I'm in the process of, like, I've not written my schemas for in a while. One thing that I have, which I think is nice, is that I have a build step that takes in your schema, takes in your Zig type, and then it checks if the Zig type is actually compatible with the schema or not. So as long as you keep that in your build pipeline, you're guaranteed to never go out of sync. But right now, I'm facing the fact that I'm now seeing the fact that I knew that I needed to do something with regards to default values, and now I'm seeing exactly what I need to do. I need to have some limited support for default values. I think that supporting arbitrary default values is a bad idea, but simple ones, I think it makes sense. Yeah, I can, by the way, I can show you. It's here. Ziggy. It's called add type check step. You pass a lazy path to your schema. You pass in a build module that needs to have at the root file level a bunch of public decals, and they will be matched against a corresponding name in your schema in their check for compatibility. I have some tests, so trivial stuff will definitely work. Non-trivial stuff, I'm exploring now. Like now, while by wiring this right now to Zin, which has proper, real world type definitions, I'm now doing essentially what I believe is, the last layer of polish to make this feature actually fully functioning. So be aware, think of it as alpha stuff. So it might not be 100% there yet for your use case. You might be hitting a bug. You will probably experiment with it if you want. I mean, it doesn't take much, right, to write a schema file and see if it works or not. So maybe experiment with it a bunch if you want. Although I have yet to publish, I think, some of this work. So give me a bit to integrate this with Zin, make sure that the basic stuff works, then try it a bit, and I don't know, if you encounter errors, you open an issue and I'll fix it. Okay, so what do I want this to look like? I think I really need to add support for default stuff the way I want. So for example, yeah, this we make optional. Or do we make, okay, let me think about it. Description should be optional and should be null. I think that a string as a default value is a bad idea But a slice. So this is fine. Actually, here's a question: shouldn't what if optionals, slices, and dictionaries were implicitly optional when like default to empty? What if they did default to empty? Would that be a problem? Why not? Why shouldn't they default to empty? Why do I need to explicitly specify that they should not default to empty? Maybe they just should by default. Hmm. I'm gonna try this approach. I'm gonna try this approach and see where it gets me. Okay, so this is the page schema. Let me start with the config schema. Let's so the page one is complicated. The website schema is actually fine because this one is truly kind of how it should be. I think. Let me double check. Maybe there is this idea that maybe yeah this should default to empty. Everything else is fine. This should default to empty. I think everything else is fine. Okay. Okay, let's wire this to the build system. So this is not gonna pass right away. This is gonna fail, and I think we're gonna need to tweak a little bit some of the semantics of things because I essentially just decided now that containers default to the empty version of themselves. So we'll see. I'm surprised to keep everything in GitHub. I don't keep everything in GitHub. The stuff that was on GitHub is still on GitHub, and I haven't moved. Um, but if you look at Awebo, this is also another project of mine. It's a big one. It's actually bigger than Zine. That's on Codeberg. So I don't know. New project is on Codeberg. Old projects for now are staying on GitHub. I'm being lazy with moving also because I'm not really 100% sure I know what I want to do. Because right now moving comes with a bunch of downsides, and if I move, I want to move to something that I consider a immediate strict improvement. Well, not just a strict improvement, but I would like to move to what I would consider like the next stage where to go, and not just move and then move again and move again and move again. So I would like for something. I think that Codeberg is not entirely it yet for me, at least for now. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not stressing it essentially. When I'm gonna make new projects, probably I'm gonna put them on Codeberg, GitLab. Yeah, no, that one I don't think I will use. Uh, okay, so CNXZ, blah 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 blah. Translator. Set up and snapshot testing. I guess we can do here. Try setup. Um, schema check. Setup schema check. We don't want the Zine executable. I think we want the Zine submodule. We have a Zine submodule. It's a root module in here. Well, fuck. We need to cut this out. And there's probably going to be a bunch of zinxz.root module, blah, blah, blah. So let's find all of them. Yeah. Okay, no more mention of zinxz root modules. So we should have fixed everything. So zin mod. Okay, so how does it work? Do we have Ziggy? Add type check step. Probably wants my B file, wants my target, I guess, wants my optimize, which we're gonna give debug to, wants my types module, and wants a schema path. And schema. Okay. Schema is gonna be source slash Windows Ziggy schema. Create module. Root source file is gonna be. Why is the schema Ziggy schema? Does it have a different syntax than normal Ziggy? Yes. What was wrong with just schema.ziggy? They have this different syntax because while you could, while on one end, Ziggy as a data format could obviously accommodate some data structure that represents the schema. I think that the vocabulary is different enough that having its own dedicated syntax is definitely beneficial. Yes, it is another language that you kind of have to learn, but it's so self-explanatory in my opinion that it's worth doing. Also, as a tiny example, Ziggy has comments, but it doesn't have doc comments. Schema has doc comments, so documentation, but it doesn't have comment. You cannot leave parts of the schema commented out. You have to clean it up. Like your schemas have to be clean. Stuff like that. Also, schema has really different needs than a document. Like I'll give you an example. If Ziggy, like if creating a schema was just a Ziggy file, then it was just a Ziggy file, right? That would have a certain semantic meaning. But when you have a schema, when you have this, you can do other stuff. For example, let's say that I say that hello. Let's say that I say that a config has another field called foo of type config. Look what it tells you. This struct is part of an infinite loop. This field leads to a type part of an infinite loop, because a config cannot have itself in a field. It can have an optional version of itself because maybe it loops a bit and then does null. it can have a slice of those things, because at some point you can have an empty slice, etc., etc. So like I have the full thing that recognizes all possible types of infinite types, essentially, because they bottomless types. I don't know what you want to call them. So uh, having a dedicated language really lends itself to this kind of stuff. Reutilizing Ziggy, in my opinion, that is one of the mistakes that JSON schema makes. One of the things that makes JSON schema unreadable is because it's expressed as a JSON document. If you want to read more in documentation here, you can click on schema structure. No, I'll find it. Design tips, tagged unions. Here I yap about how much I hate JSON schema. So you can read some of that stuff in here. Yeah, it is fast. But well, you could say that this is stupid fast, but this is right fast. This is how fast software should be. Okay. The root source file is going to be b.path source slash schema.zig schema check. Maybe it should be schema slash zin.zig. Yeah, I think that's how it should be. Actually, this doesn't matter. I think I can leave it unspecified. Okay. Okay. So this all works. I think we need the test step. Actually, do we want this to be part of the test, or do we want to be this part of the default step even? I think it makes sense for this to be part of the test step. Actually, I think that I already get, never mind. I think that what I get is already a step pointer. So yeah. Okay, so I need to create some files. Actually, wait a second. Do I keep them out here? Schemas. God damn it. Okay. Will you do a SIMD JSON for Ziggy at some point to make it stupid fast? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know how well the whole thing will transpose itself because Ziggy is a more complicated language than JSON, so it might be that the extra complexity that they put in there detracts from the ability to do SIMD all over the place. I don't know. Maybe it will still worth it, even if it's less effective than that technique is on JSON. What I can tell you is that in general, Ziggy is like the implementation of Ziggy that I'm offering is decent. It's good. I would say it's better than the average JSON implementation. So it shouldn't be a performance bottleneck in most cases. I will say that if you are in a situation where you are in need of better performance because either you have huge documents or you have a bajillion documents, then you should not be using Ziggy with the textual encoding, but you should be switching to Ziggy, the binary encoding, once I make that. That doesn't exist yet, but it is definitely planned. Right now, a Ziggy document can be only up to 4 gigabytes, which is already a lot. But certainly for files of size greater than 4 gigabytes, uh, you will have to use the binary format, and I'll get to that. Do you know the constraints of the Autodoc or WebDocs generation? I want to try contributing for them to be more readable and nice overall, but I don't know. Don't want to overdo with stuff out of scope. There is a discussion on Zulip about that. I would say it's a complicated subject. If you're passionate about it, if you read the latest comments, there in the ZSF Zulip, which is linked on the community page on the official Zig website at the very bottom. If you join the Zulip and then I think it's inside the ecosystem or the standard library channel, there is a topic dedicated to Autodoc, and you can see some of the exchanges in there. It's not trivial because the core team is opinionated in a certain way with regards to the docs, and while there's definitely a lot of work that needs to be done, there are some non-negotiable things. Or rather, something in between non-negotiable versus strong beliefs that would require serious argumentation to make the core team change its mind. So you will see that there are some discussions where people disagree on how things should be done because some don't like, for example, the WebAssembly approach that the doc currently have. But that is the kinda non-negotiable stuff. Um, and yeah, that's it. I would say that is in any case a thing that will definitely, regardless, be improved in the future. But right now, the core team is focused on other stuff, so we'll see. Okay, are we happy here? I think we're almost happy because we need to look at schemas zine. Oh, I'm gonna call it underscore zine equals at import zine. And then, or we can even do this. Pub const zine. Oh no, wait. They have different casing. So that works. But zine does not expose this module. Oh shit. Zine.config, I think. Yeah, man, this is clearly work that I have not done properly. Or kinda. Here we have site, here we have locale. Where's the config stuff? Oh, there we go. This is the config. Okay, we're missing the outer type though. let's do it like this. No, let's do it. Oh, but this is not simple. This is called site. Okay. I have to refactor a bajillion things now. That's gonna be pain. Good pain though. This is gonna be good pain. I can already feel it. Okay, let's go to the build script. Let's make this thing work. Where's the test step? Bro, give me the test step, please. Snapshot testing. Do we really only have snapshot testing? Holy shit. Okay, let's Zig build and watch it fail. And then let's make some progress. Local constant shadows declaration of Ziggy. Do you have a timing manager for macOS? No, I don't. I don't. This is done manually. This is just a setup that I tend to keep often. Are there binary configuration formats like C++ name mangling or something? What? No, well, so Ziggy, by being a data serialization language, can be used as a config language, but you can also use it for, API messages in theory. All the things that JSON is used for. Usually, you have no reason to want to keep a config file in a binary format because config files you generally want to be easily modifiable by users. They tend to not be a performance bottleneck. You most of the time don't have to deal with a bajillion config files. I mean, people that do web stuff with Kubernetes and whatnot, they'll have their own pile of config files. Maybe in that context, things are so insane that they think they need binary config files, even though I think it's probably more like a clever solution to a problem they shouldn't have in the first place. But that's a different story. But it makes more sense to have for a data serialization language to have a binary format when it's used for something other than config files. So that's kind of the idea. Hey Julian, hello, hello. Expected or union type found void. Yes. Okay, build script is building. At some point, we're gonna be building the checker, or we're gonna fail hard on that. Oh yeah, right. We need to build with fork. Oh come on, give me a good fork thing. Yeah, we need to fork. We need to use the local copy of Ziggy in SuperMD, otherwise it's not gonna build. Let's see how far we get. Builds zine. Oh wait, I'm not using the. So let me take out watch, and let me pass in the test step. There we go. So some of our tests are failing. This source file has not been found. Hello, Danik. So because this is schemas, and this is source slash schemas. I should probably fix my stuff. Unexpected token. That is a little bit sus. The fact that we see this is a little bit sus. Root source file main has no member named config. But it's here. Wait a second. What even is the freaking root file of this module? Oh. Ooh. It's gonna be main. It's not gonna be a root. Oh no. Oh no. And main does not use Zine as a subdependency, does it? It doesn't. But it should. It should use Zine as a dependency. Oh man, I'm now faced with all the shortcuts. Well, shortcuts, all the things that I never fully developed in Zine because for me the like just main CLI entry point was the main thing that I would do, and holy cow, am I now getting punished for this? So we're doing it, man. We're doing it. We're starting from root. Do we pass in single threaded? Yes. Does it even matter really much what we're doing? We could re-expose root from main. What if we did that? Who could do anything about it? You know what? As a temporary thing, let's do this. What's the best way to learn Zig? I want to learn, but I don't know where to start. Hello, Sammy Black. Uh, okay. Let me enjoy my build failure, and I'll answer your question. Okay, check this out. This is actually the schema checker happening, and it is pointing out an incompatibility. This is saying, well, look, your multilingual site assets prefix path has a type const-u8, which is incompatible with optional bytes. And then size attributes has type bool, which is incompatible with optional bool. Ta-da! It's working. Or rather, I need to massage the semantics to accommodate for the new semantics that I want to add on to essentially accommodate for default values. But we have it set up, and it's running, and it's finding things that don't match. Config.site field not in schema. Missing field simple. Yes, because in my code I call the enum case, well, the union case site, but the schema calls it simple. And I need to make these things match. I guess what I could do, again, as a temporary thing, just to make stuff happen, I could change this to site, and that in theory would make the checker go deeper. Yeah, and essentially finds the same problem also in the other field case, the same set of problems. We have it. Also, we have some snapshot tests that are pooping themselves or something, and that sucks. Unexpected token. Oh no, this is the old date. We're gonna fix this in a moment. Okay, Sammy Black. What is the best way to learn Zig? The absolute best way, I'm not sure I know it, but I can give you some pointers at least. So I'll give you, I think I have 3 or 4 suggestions usually to give people. One is go to ziglang.org. Number one, after you download Zig, go to the learn section. Make sure you take a look at the language reference so that you should read the whole language reference. Not in maximum detail. You should scroll through it. It's long, yes, and parts that don't make a lot of sense to you, skip them. But you should have a general idea of what the language looks like, and so that when you have questions, you can remember. Oh wait, I think I saw this somewhere in the language reference. Let me go find the float section where I can find out specifics about floats. Like I don't remember. Does Zig support F80? Holy shit, Zig supports F128. I forgot about that. So yeah, so there's this. Then after that, there's a standard library documentation. This is still work in progress. This is not super great, so you can take a look at it, but it's not anything perfect yet. And then, sorry, sneeze. Okay, no more sneeze. Then there's also more interesting stuff online. So, for example, if you want a super smooth way of getting started with Zig, take a look at Ziglings. Ziglings is a bunch of incomplete or broken tiny programs, and they have at the top a comment that tells you how to fix them. And they have a nice thing where essentially you run Zig build, and then you keep cycling, essentially solving more and more problems one after the other. It's a cool way to get started. Then there's Zig.guide, which kind of looks like a book for Zig. Then there's actual Zig books out there, although they're all made by the community, so they are not bad. So first of all, be aware that there are a bunch of scam AI generated books on Amazon. So don't buy the first book that you see listed anywhere. But do a little bit of due diligence. But there is, for example, this one, Introduction to Zig by Pedro Duarte Faria, which is available also on GitHub. So this is a real book. I think there's a real book also from published by Manning. So there's a bit of that out there. Then, so this is suggestion number 1, essentially. Go take a look at the learn section. Suggestion number 2, join a community. Join an online community that you like, and there you will find other people asking for help and offering help. In the beginning, you will probably be more interested in asking for help than offering help, but as you learn things, you will be in a position to help people that are just getting started. To name a couple of places, there is a big Zig Discord server. There is Ziggit, ziggit.dev, which is a forum style community. And obviously there's a bunch more. Not every community will be the best one for asking for help, so kind of get a feeling for what is the vibe of the community and see if you like it or not. They're also very different. Every community has its own moderators, has its own style. So find a community that you like. Related to this, if you go to zig.day, there are a bunch of in-person meetups called Zig Days. They are not just random meetups, but they are full-day social programming events. They run usually on a Saturday, or in any case, usually during the weekend. You meet in the morning somewhere like an empty office or a similar place. You bring your laptop Everybody introduces themselves, and they announce what learning slash passion slash open source project they want to work on. And so in a circle everybody does this, and then after everybody has introduced themselves, you decide if you want to do your own thing or join somebody else, because maybe they mention that they want to do something that you find interesting. So you everybody's forms small groups, and you spend the whole day chatting with people, working on this stuff, learning things, hopefully. And then sometimes, depending on the event, at the end of the day, there might be also a small show and tell if you want to show what it is that you did during the day. There's a bunch of those, so try to find one. In Europe, the one in Milan is very active. The one in right, not in Munich. The one in Nuremberg is very active. The exclamation marks are special events. So there's a in Boston, there's going to be a conference by Tiger Beetle that has a Zig Day, a special Zig Day that happens the day before. Then there's Zigtoberfest in September. It's September, right? Yeah, September 12th. And then there's going to be Software You Can Love Vancouver, which is in October, I think. Yeah, October 3. System Distributed is July 26th in... well, the Zig Day at System Distributed is going to be July 26th. I believe that the conference is 27th and 28th. So if you can join one of these guys, that's good for your learning. And, just getting involved with people that are like passionate about this stuff. So this would be suggestion number 2. Suggestion number 3, do not pick a learning project in a domain that you know a lot about when you don't know anything about lower level programming. So for example, I see a lot of people that want to learn Zig. They come from a web development background because, that's essentially what all of us tend to do professionally, right? Or close to all of us. So that it's understandable that that's what you know. But if you think, well, then I'm gonna make a website, a web server in Zig, you're gonna be super annoyed because you will be frustrated because you know a lot about how to make web services, but you don't know anything about using Zig. So you will find that things that are like trivial and easy for you are actually hard to get there, and that is gonna make you frustrated. So here, my heartfelt recommendation is pick a domain for your projects that you don't know, where your knowledge is somewhat comparable with your Zig knowledge. If you don't know a lot about Zig, pick something that you don't know a lot about, so that you bring these two things up at the same time together. Because otherwise, if you already know about something really well and then you try to do it with Zig, not knowing Zig, it's going to be super frustrating. So don't do that. And at the same time, this is going to be an opportunity for you to try to do things that you were never able to do if you using your higher level programming language that you know about. So if you spend your whole life doing, I don't know, JavaScript, for example, chances are that you've never had the opportunity to do like a real-time, like audio processing or, some graphics stuff. So for example, one project that I think is a pretty good experience is ray tracing in a weekend. You can do ray tracing in a weekend in Zig. I was thinking of learning Zig to make desktop apps with a native UI. Awesome. That is a nice choice. Yes. Because a native UI, you never had the opportunity to do native UI, right? In let's say if you did JavaScript, for example. Totally makes sense. Ray tracing in one weekend is also pretty cool. This is really nice because this is a prepackaged experience. So essentially, this is like a bunch of to-dos that get you to a satisfying endpoint, and they are designed to take more or less one weekend. So this is good. The book gives you C++ examples, but you can find plenty of examples of people translating that to Zig. So for example, this is my repository. It's called Chris RTX. And this is my take on ray tracing in one weekend. I even have recordings, but mine is just one of many. Zig ray tracing weekend, you will find there's a bajillion people who have done it. So you can find plenty of examples. Another good example of a prepackaged experience that is very likely to give you satisfied is why was this thing suggesting Craigslist? I've never been to Craigslist on my on this browser and essentially ever in my life. Anyway, crafting interpreters is another good example of a good prepackaged experience. If you want something, if you're fine with something more bit fiddly, there's also operating system in 1,000 lines. Operating system in 1,000 lines. This is also pretty cool. I did it also myself, so you will find a Zig repository for this. There's more. Use this as an opportunity to get out of your comfort zone. This would be suggestion number 3. I think these are all the big things. So uh, make sure to consult the existing learning materials, join communities, meet with people if you have the opportunity. If you happen to be, for example, I mentioned, sorry, I looked at Europe because that's obviously what, I'm from Europe, so that's what I know best. But, um, okay, I did not mean to imply that Bristol is outside of Europe, although that is a funny coincidence. But in the UK, there's also the Bristol Zig Day, which has MLAG from the core team there. So this is going to be a Zig Day where you can find somebody from the core team. In the US, there is one in Portland. This one has Andrew. There's one in Seattle as well. I don't think there's anybody from the core team that goes regularly to the Seattle one, but it exists, and I think occasionally you might find that Andrew is gonna go there. There's one in Vancouver as well. So not every Zig Day is super active, but some are. I'm still debating if I need to wait 1.0 or start now. Waiting 1.0 is definitely too late. You might be right in wanting to wait more and not start right away, but 1.0 is without a doubt too late. 1.0 is like we're gonna tag it late. The language will have been stable for a while before we tag 1.0. So my recommendation would be to kind of keep an ear out for how Zig is doing, like the trajectory, the roadmap, the progress updates. Because you will want to jump on it. It will be a while before we tag 1.0, and the language will be stable before then. So we're not, it's like as opposed to what I just described, Rust tagged 1.0 pretty early, and then the language evolved after tagging 1.0 a bunch. Because they could still provide backwards compatibility, so they could both tag 1.0 and keep changing the language. We don't have this mechanism in Zig. I don't know if we will ever have it. Probably not. Not sure, but probably not. And so it's much more likely that what we will do is just delay tagging 1.0 until we feel like we are kind of done with the language. And so you could say it's closer to what happened with Go than what happened with Rust. And I'm not saying this to like there's no judgment behind this. This is just going to be the strategy that we will probably go for. So you will find that is very likely that Zig will be stable enough for you long before it is tagged 1.0. Whether that is today, 6 months from now, a year, I don't know. That depends on you. But yeah, no problem. Okay. So we need to fix our test cases. How do we do this? I know how we do this. We enter tests, and I'm gonna run some evil scripts here. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. So, where are my evil scripts? Okay, I don't remember them by heart, but I have them written down. So this is one that I can run. This is gonna swap out all the at date into .iso. This is gonna fix all opening curlies. This is gonna fix all closing curlies. Let's see how we're doing with tests. We might not have fixed all of them, but we should have fixed the majority of the documents. Except that we broke all of them? Really? Oh man. This looks pretty good to me. Fuck, I wish I could see better what was that failed here. Uh, where do we see the failure for these guys? Like, why am I not seeing the failing command? That sucks. Oh wait, is error? Oh, you know why? It's error style minimal. I think. I think I kind of asked that for this myself. Yes. So this is rendering simple. Oh no. Oh no. That is not what I expected to find here. Does the ad need to be? Oh no. Oh shit. I ran this in the wrong directory. I hope that I did not fuck up any of my source files. That is bad. Do we compile still? Oh yeah, because we're filtering only .smd files, so that is safe. Yeah, but this has been obliterated. Um. Okay, so what is the necessary fix? I think is it this that needs to be escaped? I really feel like it has to be the at, right? Yeah, it's the at that needed to be escaped. God damn it, man. Okay, I think this should be it. So hopefully this should succeed at parsing, and then it should just complain about diff, maybe. Oh, we got some more crashes. Oh, error while loading the Zing config file. That makes sense. There's a bunch of zine.ziggy files that need to be updated. Although this surprises me because, oh, there we go. That's what it is. I see you're on macOS. You think MacBooks are good devices, always been on Windows or Linux, but I think the Apple hardware really looks good. It does. It definitely has its own upsides. Okay, so I'll give you a better answer in a second. So yeah, now we got to the diff phase, and the diffs are very close to being the same, except some minor things that I've changed in the meantime. So, uh, or something along those lines. Let's start from the top. So this is just changing dates. That's fine. This is just changing slightly this part here. That's fine. This is changing the old message, index.smd 16 error invalid layout in alternatives to wrong field style use FMT to correct automatically. That is wrong. Oh, what the fuck is happening in here? Wait, are they really so obliterated? Oh no, why are they obliterated still? God damn it, man. Why are some of them perfectly fine and some of them are horribly obliterated? This one is clearly missing some dots. God damn it, man. So yeah, the macOS hardware is fine. The ARM stuff is good. Personally, I like the build quality. I don't know. I think the Mac laptops, especially the MacBook Airs, are good. Um, Obviously, they're not perfect. They are not perfect, but I think they are compelling and worth considering. macOS is, I mean, in some ways good, in some ways annoying. My recommendation is if you get one, get yourself a Linux machine in a VM, a graphical VM. Oh, well, you do whatever you want, but I think that having a graphical VM is not a bad setup. There's the Michel Hashimoto config that you can find online, which is the one that I'm using that for getting a good NixOS setup going in a VM on macOS. And yeah, and then you can enjoy a laptop that has a decent build quality, nice metallic exterior, good battery life, doesn't overheat, uh, that kind of stuff. Build in release safe, and you will not see errors anymore, I believe. But in any case, that fuzzer has issues still for sure. Oh, right. This is obliterated because it's not under tests. Everything outside of tests, everything in tests has been fixed. Everything outside of tests have not been fixed yet. Okay, so I need to check out source, CLI, content. Okay, let's rerun the test. Yeah, so these diffs I really like. This one I dislike. Code SMD. So this one, hopefully I fixed. Run syntax.smd. Okay, we'll see. Let's clear. Let's rebuild the test. Let's see what happens now. Okay, small diffs like this, they're all good. These are bad. These are bad. What is happening here? Wrong field style. Content slash index.smd. Content scanning. Content scanning page analysis. Okay. This needs this. Okay. Erroneous end tag. Erroneous end tag. Oh, it gives me a slightly different line number. This says 17. This one was saying 18. So they all are the same, except the line number is off by one. Uh-oh. Who is right? Code.smd. So this is page analysis, right? Yeah. Erroneous end tag on line 17. It's actually line 18. Oh no, we're off by one. All these analysis errors have an off by one. Um Interesting. It's actually in the numbering that it's off by one because these are the line that we are pointing at is correct. So it's entirely on us to do the plus one. So let's get to the analysis phase. But why is selection here? These are front matter stuff. Oh wait, the front matter is fine. It's the rest. Is it because we should provide +1 for that count? Maybe we should just provide +1 in there. Maybe not. Maybe that is just that. Well, we'll see what happens. Validation SMD, wrong field style. Why is it causing this issue? What is the wrong syntax that I have in here? 12, 13, 14. Has to be here, right? But I did add the dot. Like, are you serious? That part surprises me a lot. So I put an extra new line, so some errors should be out of sync with the line numbers. But it shouldn't be reporting that error that I was seeing there. Or you know what? Maybe I was already I don't know. Am I have I got into an old okay, wait a second. Clear. Okay, let me see if this error is from this run or a previous run. Because there's so much shit in here. Yeah. Validation errors and wrong syntax. Am I eating a token? No, okay, this guy is totally out of whack, so that's fine. That guy is out of whack, that's fine. Indexing page. Nested page. Okay, let's see. Missing token comma after field value in wrong syntax. Oh shit. Missing comma. Oh, is it because there are no spaces? There is no way. There is just no way. Is this story getting a parsing bug? I'm confused. Missing token comma after field value in wrong syntax. This is the only wrong syntax file. Oh, wait. Is that by design somewhere? This has a missing comma. Right. This is true. This has a missing comma. Is this? This is by design. Oh, okay. So this is the old message, though. This is the new message. Missing token comma after field value. And the new message does not print the line. That's fine. Then here, error invalid value in aliases. And this is pointing at the wrong one. Oh no, this is pointing at good.html instead of bad path poop. Okay, so this is a legitimate change. This is a bug. And we'll see what happens here afterwards, maybe. I don't know. Nested path page. Collisions. Index SMD. It's this. Okay, so the poop path, the poop star is a bug that I've introduced. Man, sorry, I thought I would be able to focus on the schema stuff. But unfortunately, before I can focus on the schema stuff, I have to fix also these bugs. I introduced a bunch of other minor regressions that my snapshot testing is thankfully catching, and so it's now on me to fix. So this is on me to fix. This is correct. This is fine. This could be made better though. We could definitely make this better. So invalid value in aliases. But why are we stopping on the first one? So why are we fucking up alias? So if we find aliases, yeah, I think there's a times2 that I'm missing. Okay, we are looping. We start from the first field in the struct. We find a field called aliases. And then from aliases, we're going into the child. So this math is wrong because we go into the array, and then from the array, we need to go a times 2 plus 1. Yeah, I think this is the right math. Hello, Lamen. Am I misremembering or is it been a while? How's it going? It's going well. I'm fixing bugs. I'm upgrading the front matter language in my static site generator, and I've regressed a bunch of stuff in the process of doing so, apparently. There's an 18 that has become a 17. Now this works, although it selects even it selects even more than it did before. Why does it select this much? Oh, it's because the poop emoji is more bytes, and our underscore thingy is kind of dumb, and it doesn't understand that the poop emoji is it's a code point. It's not a byte offset. Oh man. I guess I could count code points. That would be better than what I'm doing now. Still kind of dumb and wrong though. I'm not gonna touch this in the meantime. I should go for the right solution, no, not a slightly less worse solution. So this is all correct now. This is wrong. Wrong field style. Page SMD. Content scanning page. And collisions maybe? Yeah. Content scanning page analysis code. Yeah, this is line 718. This is still 17. Because this one is a parse error. This is not an analysis error. This is a parse error. Right. That is my fault. This should not be a parse error, but it is a parse error. I made this, so it's my bad, and I slip in it apparently. Um, okay. Keeping busy as always. Yeah, I guess. Thankfully, I'm making progress though. This might not look like progress right now, but things have definitely progressed over time. And the moment, the project that I'm the most proud of is, oh shit. Okay, let's see. Let's see who is right and who is wrong in this case. God damn it, man. So the project that I'm the most proud about, the most proud of right now is Square HTML. It's a pretty good language server for HTML. So, God damn it, I pressed enter. I should not have pressed enter. Yeah. So that one is good, but other stuff is getting better, but it needs more work. Page analysis, parse. Line 10. But it is line 11. So we had line 10 in the snapshot, but it was actually supposed to be line 11. So all of these have actually been fixed. Let's sample another one. Wrong 3 out of 9, 27. Yeah. So these guys have been fixed. This is okay. This is a problem. Why am I not seeing these messages down here? Where have they gone? So the fact that these messages have gone away, that is a problem. Why am I not seeing the other collisions? Okay, everything looks good except maybe this. Why is this like this? So this is collisions snapshot. This contains a bunch of... Oh, I know why. Okay, I know what is causing these issues. This is caused by the fact that these pages have analysis errors that previously would allow them to go forward into collision, but now we stop early. So if I fix these errors, this is gonna go back to being full-fledged, and I think that is kind of what we want to do. Yeah. So let me change collision index page and nested so that they have a reasonable layout, and that is gonna make things better. Index page and nested page. Okay, so we're gonna lose those 3 errors from the snapshot, but we're gonna gain back all the remaining ones. That is my bet. Or not. Oh, I typoed it. God damn it. Okay, I should not have typoed it. We lost some. Oh yeah, right. There we go. We lost these guys, but we gained back all the previous collisions. So if we go and look at the snapshot, we reload it. Now all the collision reports are back, which is kind of what we want in this test. So that's good. And with this, our snapshot tests are now pristine. These are all good updates for our snapshot tests, so we can commit them. I'm not going to make a comment because this is like WIP, I think. I could make a WIP work in progress test though. Or I could temporarily disable snapshot tests now that they are okay as they are. I think I'll go for the temporary disabling. What could go wrong, right? It's not like I'm ever gonna commit with them disabled, right? We'll see. Yeah, comment it out. Okay, so now we're back to our incompatibilities. This is nice. So I think I'm gonna stop here. Unfortunately, we didn't get super far. I thought we would get further than we did, but I learned at least something interesting by looking at a real world use case where I want to use a schema language um, to provide some niceties, some default values. I am noticing that it is possible to create a restricted set of default values that provide convenience to users while at the same time not being problematic for the schema language. And this should be a small adjustment necessary into the schema language like mechanics, which by the way, this should this is really just a matter of adjusting adjusting validation to account for missing fields for things that are optional, slices or dictionaries. Easy. And then doing the same for the type matcher. This is going to be delightful. So, with this, I'll thank you all. I'll see you next time. And yeah, we are getting closer to being able to release Zine with all these new improvements. It's gonna be nice. It's really gonna be nice once you can like go to definition and everything will work out of the box as it should.